hello there. Actually, is my audio working? Yeah, I think it is. Why isn't my audio working here though? Sound. Ah, that's why. Selected the wrong thing. There we go. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Ah, someone just left. Damn it. Wow. Alright, so like, subscribe, punch the buttons and all the other junk that I'm supposed to say on YouTube. I'm eating these macadamia nuts, so excuse the crunching. Not sure who's here, but if you were in the earlier stream, I've changed a few things. What's this? Why is this happening? Maybe one of these has a using that it's not supposed to be using. Sometimes they sneak in. Like this one. No idea what that is. So now I can delete all these. I moved a bunch of stuff. Hello, William. Welcome back. Oh. It would be very hard to tell me the chat is broken. I do wonder, though. On the Discord, there's an option for a voice chat area. Is that of all interest to people? My general disposition is to say, heck no, but that's just me. I don't participate in social media or Twitter or anything like that, so I might be the weird one. Just clean up these. Alright, so what I did, doesn't look like any of them are... Oh, maybe this one. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, no, these are... Excuse me, these are on purpose here. Alright. 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 Do I have any... Just removing the stuff that... Okay, for all these open ones. I don't know why this is saying dependency asset. That got me thinking that something was using something that it's not supposed to be using, but I don't know. Are you saying, Paul, welcome to the stream, by the way. Are you saying that I should create a voice chat? Let's see, create channel. Hangout, voice chat, voice channel. Create channel. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Hey, look. Does that mean you can hear me in this channel? If I... Oh, shoot. Disconnect. So now if I go here, wow. So as soon as I go here, it starts broadcasting my voice. And then you have to disconnect. Interesting. Well, I'll leave it there. See what happens. Social experiment. So I moved a bunch of the scripts around. I made a whole bunch. Well, okay. Let me take a step back. I moved a lot of the main generation methods to Loot Box Manager with virtuals, because the goal is that they can all be overridden. And I put up information about that here and descriptions about each method. Hello, Tactical Gamer Pro. Each method that I expect people might override. Now in the demo, I'm only going to override the handle loot. What did I do? Okay, only overriding the handle loot, but in Legend of the Stones, I'm going to override a whole lot more. Push to talk. What's push to talk? Did I not see that? Oh look, Josh is in the voice chat that I just set up.
Yes,
I can't.
I want you.
Wait, talk again?
Hello?
Oh yeah, it works. So, Josh, I literally just set this up, and I'm doing a live stream, and I was like, maybe I should set up a voice channel. And here you are.
Yeah, I literally just loaded your stream, and literally it came on to you setting up a voice channel. I didn't catch what you were talking about, the voice channel. I just saw that you said you joined it and then left it, and that was where I reached.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it again because to hear you, I have to have my audio up. I need to redo my audio, I think, because I can hear myself talking. I can't hear you if I can't hear myself. And I don't like hearing myself. It's a weird delay.
And it was.
But yeah, why did I come here? Oh, push to talk. Paul was saying that there's a push to talk option, but user settings.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's in the channel. I think it's in the channel settings for this voice channel.
Quality, usual limit. Permissions. Oh, I'll deal with that later. I'm going to go back to the stream. Nice to chat to you, Josh. I hope you're doing well.
I'm good. Also, I am Tactical Gamer Pro, FYI.
What? I probably knew that long time ago.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, now we know. Alright, I'll talk to you soon. That's fun. I do like the voice chat. We'll see how it goes. As long as I don't go in there one day and have people talking about, like, racist stuff or something. I don't think that would happen, but it's possible. Alright. I bought these honey roasted macadamia nuts. I probably shouldn't have. They're like candy, but it makes you think they're healthy because they're nuts. Yeah, so in Legend of the Stones, I'm going to override the shit out of things. And so let's see where I left off. Yeah, I took a walk after doing this, and so I've forgotten half of what I did. Oh. There's only a few more nights of warm weather before suddenly it might be cold until next spring. So, gotta take advantage. Alright, so apparently everything works just fine. We haven't done the saving loading yet. Okay, good. So now I want to start doing the overrides on the loop. And so I have LOS Loot Box Manager, which is it's inheriting from Loot Box Manager. And it's got all this stuff on it. It's using a lot of the stuff from this old method that I had before. That was working perfectly fine. And now it's got new stuff, and I'm going to override things as well. So there's a few things I know I want to override. So I'm just going to take it from over here. Actually, no. I'm just going to close a bunch of stuff, clean this up a little bit. All right, good. Loot Box Manager. Is the music louder than me? Oh yeah, look at that. My apologies. I didn't realize that it was all the way up like that. Usually it's down to 3. I really need to find a good hardware solution for audio on the Mac. Or something. To better control the sound. I would love to be able to be in the voice chat while doing the stream. So anyone who wanted to, hey the bull, could participate with their voice. And people on the stream wouldn't be hearing what they said, I guess. But that's okay. Yeah, that could be cool. Alright, so what do I want to override here? I want to override a couple things. So the process of, let's see, spawn chance. I want to override spawn chance. I want to override the get prefix and get suffix. Yeah, those are where I want to override. So, spawn chance. Spawn chance is here, so we're going to just copy it, plop it down over here. Just going to move that. Loot box item settings. Alright, so public override. So, spawn chance does a very simple thing. It gets the percentage from the list, and then it gets a value from the curve based on that percentage. And then if wait a minute. Is this where I want to do it? Ah, no, I think I actually want to do it. Generate. Determine if we will generate this item to spawn. This is where I want to do it. Spawn chance. If spawn chance. And what does spawn chance spit out? A float. Okay, yeah, it just gives you the raw chance. So it's not spawn chance that I want to override. It is this other one. Oh, where'd it go? The generate items. I'm going to override this. Okay. Spawn chance. So right here, it's saying if the spawn chance is less than 1F, if it's 1F, then we're going to spawn it. That's 100%. And get random float is greater than spawn chance. Oh. Yeah. So excuse me, I'm going to create a new method in a new class, static class, that gives me a random float and taking into account the party's luck value. And that's going to augment this. So if the party's lucky, they get the better of two numbers. If they're not lucky, they get the first one, which might be the better one. So I was thinking about this on my walk. I think what I want to do is create a static party class just to contain all these random things about the party. Voicemail from an 877 number. 2 voicemails from an 877 number. Hold on 1 second. It's IKEA regarding my order. I ordered a Kallax shelf. It's supposed to come tomorrow. They've called twice, an hour apart, and left a minute and 13-second message that says, IKEA, about your order. To continue in English, press 1. Now my phone automatically won't let unknown numbers ring, so I won't be getting those calls. I hope they email me. I paid $50 to have them ship something that has been out of stock for forever, the Kallax shelf, so I can, you know, put my stuff up there. Let's see, check my email. They haven't sent me an email. Somebody bought the portraits from Game Dev Market. That's cool. Not many people buy stuff from Game Dev Market. Will you see what on Jason's stream? I've forgotten the context. Oh, the Kallax shelf. That's the context. I don't know, actually. I mean, it's not supposed to arrive till tomorrow, so no, not tomorrow morning. I'd have to set it up, and that's not going to happen. I wake up usually like half an hour before the stream starts. But one day... So I actually have a nice SLR camera, and I bought this really fancy-looking desk arm for it, and I went to plug it in last week, and the freaking screw broke off inside the camera hole, the screw hole, and it's flat. So Canon, of course, their repairs are like $460. I talked about this the other day. I got a reverse drill bit. I got a screwdriver because I don't have one here, and it didn't work. It didn't go through the metal. The metal's too strong for it. So, yeah, I'm annoyed by that. So, I just munched a bunch of nuts, so I muted myself. Yes, so I think what I'm going to do is put this could put it on game. I could put it on a whole new object. I think I'm going to put it on a whole new object. I like actions, portraits, player. I like putting them on their own object. Party. Can I rearrange this? I cannot. I like this concept, by the way. This auto-populating list. I should do that more often. I'm a fan of that. Alright, we're going to add a component. We're going to new script it. Create script party. Yeah. We'll add party. Wait a minute. Yeah. Look at all those. Alright, let's open up party. It's a party. Party. So this is going to control or just have all the methods to do with parties. So, for instance, when we go to our loot box manager here, instead of get random float, we're going to do party dot get random float, and we're going to say true. And the reason why will be explained in a minute. First, we're using static infinity pbr.legendofthestones.party, and as we did here with public static party, and then we need to put that in a wake. Other methods. Party. If party is null, then make it this. If it's not this, then destroy this. Alright, so we're going to do what was it? Get random float. That's right. So let's create that. Nope. Float. Bool. Higher is better equals true. So, or more, greater or less than. So greater is better equals true. So this is going to find a random float, but if the party's lucky, then it's going to give you the better of 2. Not an MMO, first-person party-based RPG. Legend of the Stones. Definitely not MMO because I don't want to deal with networking. It's hard enough to make an RPG without having to deal with networking. So, first we're going to get a random float. So first, is it weird to just want to copy code that's just getting a random float? Because that's what I'm doing. So random float is between this and I should actually put these first. Float min equals 0f, float max equals 1f. And so that means this, we need to just ignore that. So I'm not going to specify that because it's defaulted. So we're getting a float between 0 and 1, and we have got current greater is better equals true. We're going to be returning that random. we are going to say, I'm going to keep that just in case I ever add the other one that causes an issue with random. We're going to say if party is lucky and greater party is lucky, and then so I need to return the greater of 2 if greater is better, and the lesser of 2 if the party is not better. So if the party is lucky, then we will get float second, or another float, and we'll do the same thing. Just get another float, and random float equals if greater is better, then random float equals random float equals mathf dot max between random float, and I guess really just roll this here. Otherwise, random float is the minimum between those, because greater is not better, lesser is better. Alright, let me do this and then I'm going to come back because I want to see if there's a better way of compacting this. I want to challenge myself. Party is lucky will return a boolean. Turn false. And this is going to go to get the combination of all the luck values and then do its own random roll. And yeah, and that's that. But there's a couple steps here because it's not going to take the luck value. So first I can get the average luck value. So we'll do float average luck value equals get average party average party stat average, and we'll say I'll just hard code luck right now. And so we need to get that. We'll return whatever. Right now we'll return default. And then we need to get the actual number that resolves from that average value. And in this case, I'm not sure if I've actually set this up yet. I think I did. I think I have. But let's see. Where would it be? It would be stat bonuses. Here we go. Stat bonuses. This is basically saying, hey, if your stat is 0, then your bonus is -5. So if your stat of might is 0, then things that might effects is -5. So if the average party luck is, say, 17, then the bonus will be 3. Or maybe it will be the combination of them all. I don't know what the math should be there. Maybe it's a combination of them all. But let's do make use of this first. Stat bonuses. So I don't think that's here because I don't use it yet. So I think I'm going to make this I guess maybe it's here. Maybe it's already here. Stat bonuses it is. Okay. All right, that's good. Then stat bonuses. I need a method here to return the right value. Public int bonus value int or say float stat value, and then return 0, and I guess we'll just go up this. So for each stat bonus in call it out stat bonus in, oh no, can't really do. This should be stat bonuses. Yes, otherwise I'd lose all that. Oh, nope. Okay, bonus. Stat bonus in stat bonuses if bool found min equals false. Do it like this. Or I equals 0, I is less than stat bonuses dot count plus plus. If stat bonuses stat bonus stat is greater than or equal to stat value, and stat bonus dot stat is less than, or how about this, stat bonuses bonus is I plus 1 is less than dot stat is less than or is greater than stat value. Then return stat bonus dot bonus. Right? So if I spit in, say, 12, then 12, if stat bonus is greater than or equal to, no, so if, yeah, so if less than or equal to. So if 11 is less than or equal to 12, and this is greater than 12, which it is, then I return the bonus of 0. Okay, that works. Yeah. And if we get, otherwise return 0. And if we get up to here, your stat is above that. then we need to return this will error out. So we need to say up here, if I is equal to stat bonuses dot count, or count minus 1, then return stat bonuses dot last dot bonus. Basically, if you're at the highest, then if we've reached the highest, then you get the biggest one. Why does each stat element not have a name? Because these are all related to the other stats. So might, intelligence, wisdom, stamina, whatever the stat is, it has a number value. And this is the lookup table for getting the bonus value. So as you can see, as you get harder or higher, the impact is less until you get to here, and then it's these giant jumps. And down here, it's quite often. This is actually the exact same stat lookup table from Might and Magic 6, I believe. According to my Might and Magic 6, 7, 8 player handbooks that I bought used one day. Where are they? I don't know where they are. I moved, and now I don't know where everything is. Oh, are they down there? I don't know. They might not be here. They might be in a box somewhere, but it's the actual lookup table as far as I can tell. So I'm using that same format, essentially. All right, so bonus value. So we can actually do that before here. If stat value is greater than or equal to stat bonuses dot last dot stat, then return stat bonuses dot last dot bonus, and we can ignore this then. And we can probably do that. I feel like there might be a way to do between two values. Is there a fancy code for that? Is int between two values. This. Just that. Alright, well, that's fine, it works, but I was hoping for something fancy pants, you know? Alright, so bonus value. And so back in party mode, we can say, alright, so for each player in game dot, do not have a game on here. Don't. In game dot data dot player dot count dot player float party luck equals 0. So there's multiple ways of doing this. There's one, getting their bonuses and averaging their bonuses. Another is getting their total luck and then getting the bonus for that, which I think is what I'm going to do. And so I'm going to put a bool here of bonus from total stats equals true. Otherwise, it will get a bonus from the average stat. Use total stat value equals true. How about that? All right, so party luck is going to be game dot stat bonuses dot bonus value for player dot stats or skills dot get player dot get final stat luck. So party luck plus equals that, and then party luck equals use total stats value party luck. Otherwise, it equals party luck divided by game.data.player.count. Okay, I guess I don't need those. And then we're returning. Oh shoot, this is. No, I did that wrong. So now just get the final stat luck and then get the bonus. So now we're going to return game.stat bonuses.get stat bonus value of party luck. Okay, so that should give us our party luck. And I'm going to debug this because I want to just see it. So debug.log party luck is now party luck. And then we'll do this final party luck. Debug.log bonus should be that. Okay. Party stat average, luck, and so the other option we have here is public float base luck points equals, we say 10f, where this value will give us anything from -5 through +40. We could add to it a base amount for element states. For element states, if you add a string to the top of the class, the element name will change to the string value. Oh yeah, it's here. Yes, correct. I didn't do that here though because it's just numbers, just a lookup table. Essentially, it's probably even a better way of doing this. Vector 2s, I'm not sure. So I could say that average luck value plus equals base luck points. And then if random.range uh, 0 to 1 is less than or equal to average luck value, then return true. Times 100. Because we're getting, oh, I guess actually between 0 and 100. Yes, I did say that, Jason. So what I'm doing right now is making this work, and I think I just got to the last part. And then I was going to go back and be like, is there a better way to do this? Like this. Is there a better way to do this? Probably. Because I was thinking what we did yesterday, the from many thing, and I don't know if that relates to this, but it might. So, yes. In fact, if I can figure out where that lives, select many. This was what I was thinking, wondering if this applies here, because essentially I'm doing a similar thing where I'm saying our luck would be plus equal to these, select many, but no, that didn't work. So I'm not sure. I thought select many was taking a list and basically adding a bunch, but maybe not. Maybe not. Let me see if it works first. And let me debug log these again. Debug.log party is lucky. And here debug.log party is not lucky. I'll give a sad face. And debug log random float is random float. Okay. Oh, there's a sum? Is this all in that link that you were talking about? Because I know you mentioned now that we're starting link, we can do a lot of fun stuff with it. So party luck would be plus, will be equals to game.data.player.sum. It is using link. Look at that. X.get final stat luck. Alright, so let me restate this in my human language. So sum, this is a list. The sum of from each item in that list, which is X, get final stat luck. Boom. That's exactly what I was looking for, Jason. I'm glad we can summon you just by saying the words, is there a better way to do this? Well, this website looks interesting. Unity3D.college. Whoa. That's one heck of a image. But I'm already signed up. Oh, there he is. 2017. Okay, so this is a property that belongs on data. What do you mean? That party luck should be on data? Oh, and party luck's the wrong word. I did this completely wrong. Not completely wrong, but string. This was supposed to be stat name, and then this would be stat name. Whoops. There we go. Ah, silly old thing. Stat bonus. Alright, did I hook up this properly? Party dot. Okay. If party get random float is greater than spawn chance. Get random float between 0 and 1. Better is true. Get random float. If we're lucky, then we're going to get the greater of 2. Oh, this was the other thing that I wanted to see if there's an easier way to do. If the party's lucky and greater is better, then we return this. Otherwise, we return this if the party is lucky and lesser is better. Otherwise, return that. Okay. Let's just press play and see if our debugs spit out numbers. That makes sense. All right, here we go. Party luck is now 44. Bonus should be 9. Party's not lucky, sad face. Party's not lucky. Party got lucky. Look at that. Use a random float. bonus is 9. Random float 30, bonus is 9. Okay, so the party got lucky. Therefore, the random float is the greater of 2 ranges. And congrats, party. So let's see. All these game.data thing that do stuff is a clear indicator that you don't really need the thing. You need the game to do something. The rest is hidden internal logic. So move these things to the classes they belong to. Oh, hold on. There's more that you wrote. Okay. So if I'm hearing you correctly, party is lucky should be on game. So when I call it from here, well, I guess I'm trying to decide if is it supposed to live on data? Data. So by the way, data is technically the saved data. If that helps, just to so game has all these scriptable object references, and then data is the stuff we actually save. So it wouldn't live there. That's why I created this party right here, just to have all the methods that deal with the party, including a get random float from the party, which is a built-in luck component. Is party is lucky. Technically, there would be a player get random float that would do player is lucky, and that would live on the player class. We don't. Oh, so okay. For those who can't see this chat or don't read it, Jason's saying that you don't even need to return the player list to calculate the totals. You should be asking the thing that houses the players for info about its totals, not getting its children and inspecting each one. Okay, that makes sense, I think. So if that is the case, so game.data.player, data holds all the players. So if we go into data, we could put, I'm just eyeballing what I already have here, just in case I've already done that and forgot about it. Other methods. So down here, we would put, if I'm hearing you correctly, essentially this. This is game, not data. Data. I was on the wrong one. So really it's this whole thing would live here. Is this what you mean? Putting that there so that on party it's saying game data, party stat average. Okay. So I'm going to push back just a little bit to get your take on this. In my head, this would live here because this has something to do with the party. Like, oh, we're trying to find something about the party as a whole? We'll go to party. And party has party stat average. And I could even just make this stat average, and we can make this just is lucky, really. So party is lucky. Chaining 3 things, stop it as you're overstepping your bounds. Yeah, I see that too. Okay. True. True. Yeah, I mean my hesitation, the reason why I'm sitting here for thinking, this is essentially what I'm doing right now, is because I am wondering if intent, item, try, add thing. That's the real intent of all the gets and adds. True. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, if I ever were to want to get the party's average stat, I don't think I would take it from data. I would want to take it from party. And I realize all of this could essentially live on data. But then data would just be a really, really long class, you know? Because if I'm hearing that, you know, the concept, then in some method, I'd want to say if party dot is lucky, then do something, right? Something like that. And similarly, I'd want to say if party dot, what do I call it? Stat average luck is greater than 50, do something. I mean, in that case, I could also do something like if party dot stat is above 50 luck, then do something. Or luck 50. I just don't see saying game.data.stat average. I mean, then it would have to be party stat average because it's different from player stat average. So I'm wondering, because I know you know a lot more than me, if I say no to moving this to data and instead keep it on party, would that be a red flag? Would that be something that just says, no, that's actually really bad for some reason? Or is it more of a user's choice sort of situation? Jack, I think you just said something interesting, and I'm following you, I think. So, I mean, I could move this into another thing, but if, eventually I'm gonna like come into the, I mean, this is gonna either happen here or on data, but this is actually could be named var too. These I'm actually getting the bonus value. Oops. Alright, now I just did a bunch of stuff. Now I want to redo it. I hear what you're saying. But at some point, isn't that still going to be the case? Like, right now, this is how I calculate if the party is lucky, right? I just do this and this, and if that's the case, then they're lucky. If not, but obviously it does require the average bonus, etc., etc. I just don't. I guess I'm not seeing how, if I change the way I do something like is lucky, how that will. I'm not sure what I'm even trying to say, I guess. So as long as I'm saying this, then it will always be calculated. I mean, I could put a stat total on here, on data, right? Say party stat total, and is that what you're referring to? Just to like that? That makes sense. Application boundaries are hard to understand and even harder to explain against an existing code base, especially one that still has its old version, which is very crappily made. Just never, ever, ever decompile the barbarian. I will be embarrassed. Conceptually, a party really shouldn't have access to the game or data at all. Now that I don't understand that. I'm not following you there. What does that mean? Party really shouldn't have access to the game or data. I mean, should, like, with game.player count, if I wanted to make that more, could I say static int player count and just say player count? Well, I'm getting stuff done. I mean, I'm wondering, like, player count, this is actually something that I haven't written before, and in other parts of the code, I might actually say game.data.players.count. And I'm just wondering if, like, this type of thing makes sense to put this on as a static int. So whenever I need player count, I just call player count. Now, eventually, this might actually change because, and maybe this is to your point of why to do it in ways like this. Right now, this is counting player count, but if I hire people, right, in the game, you've got 4 players, but you could hire other people. Some of those people, Rehards, niceness. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have even tried to pronounce your name. I apologize, but thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it tremendously. So what I'm thinking is you know, if you hire somebody, that might be different from somebody who you went to rescue. Let's say you rescued a child from a cave as a quest, and now they're in your party. I don't want to include their luck in the player count. So, or as a player count. And so maybe there would be a method here that says exclude the ones that aren't really, you know, ones you chose to be in your party. And so it would be a different number than just the actual count. So as long as everything refers to this, then I only have this one place to change that calculation. Really? I shouldn't use static like this? Okay, if I shouldn't use it, then I won't. And I'll just say game dot. It's the same effect in the end, it's just game dot. All right, the ball. That's true. Start over. Start from scratch, just like a Civilization game or the Might and Magic games. I only beat that game twice, I think, because I would always start over. I always just wanted to start over. But no, I'm not going to do that here. Given a number of players, give me back a calculated value. True, true, true. Game is everything, Jack. Yes, that is exactly what it seems like, Jason. I mean, could I also then have public float stat total, string stat name, and then I mean, I guess player players, and then essentially do that. Hi, Sammy. Welcome to the stream. Or is it better to do the list? I'm never sure if is asking if a list or array is more appropriate better. List is already being used. Jason, you're speaking my language now. Because now I'm thinking, well, yeah, sure, there might be a time when I want to say, well, yeah, I need to know the intelligence of all the spellcasters in the party. And if you can't cast a spell, then you're not even going to come into play into this calculation. So is it appropriate to have both of these live in the project? Like if I just want to say party, it's just going to be the entire one. When in cases where that's just the way it is and I don't want it to be something else? Or would I still say the other way? Where do I use it? Instead say return game.data.stat total stat name and game.data.players. That should really be players, but player. Why isn't that players? If I change it to players, will that ruin everything? Good, it didn't ruin everything. Because that really should be players, not player. I mean, I'm fine with doing this and not having this party stat total. I don't know. I guess maybe my head is too linear. My thinking where I just want to say party stat total. Yeah, magic button. Yes, call my friend Dave. Or start a call, my friend Dave. Yes. We want to train the kids to have self-restraint and not get cookies. Oh, knives. Wow, you took it to a different direction. I was thinking cookies. You were thinking knives. Okay. So this started with wanting to do this. Get a random random float from the party. But to get a random float, I need to know if the party's lucky. To know if they're lucky, I need to get this. I need their stat bonus. That's what they do at Disneyland, I think. Oh yeah, welcome to the stream. I see that that's a dangerous game, but I guess I'm not seeing the risk, or rather, yeah, there's something I must be missing another aspect of it, essentially. Because I can imagine, like, okay, this stat bonus is bonus value. I could move all of this to that class, but still, that class is going to have access to things. Right? I'm doing good tonight. It's a warm night. There's only a few more warm nights of the year, aside from the random weeks that will be warm in the winter, but I am using random range in a few spots, yes. So I think I know where you're going with this part. I should be using a seed, a game seed, so that random isn't exactly random. But instead, I should be saying do a random thing on a seed, and then the seed doesn't change. So if I plug in that seed, then it's all there. Ah, glad you can hear stuff now. Well, the only reason, well, I mean, I was planning eventually to move this to a seeded random at some point, but I mean the get random float is I just wanted to be able to say party.getRandomFloat. I just wanted to be able to do this. That's the only. I just wanted to say if the party's random luck, or if a random float from the party is greater than the spawn chance, then do this. That's all I want to do. Well, yes. I mean, I do. I do know that if I'm hearing you correctly on this one, I do know that party that when I do change this, I'm gonna have to change it in a bunch of places. I just want to do one thing, first. Well, if I was going to do a random thing, I would put on your game. And I would have a seed on game. Well, that wasn't helpful. Well, I now think that I have a random thing that has a seed, and the seed will live where the public seed is this. So actually, it would just be this. Not huge. Yes and no. I mean, I guess I just need to find in the thing all instances where I say random.range. You know. But I think. I have to rely on Unity. If I can't trust Unity, whom can I trust? So like here. I could not make every random number return 4. No. I could not. Would I want to do that? If I provide the same seed, wouldn't it act the same way, but I guess at different times? I mean, if I wanted to make this potentially return whatever I wanted to, would I do something like bool return or force return and float force return value? Just do that so that I could technically force it to return 4. It's a good question. I mean, I think part of it comes with experience, right? I would imagine that if I had a situation where it's like, oh man, I should have done that, then in the future I'll probably plan for that because I've had that experience of knowing why you should. When, if, you know, for a lot of these things, it seems like if you don't have that experience already, then you just can't imagine it necessarily. My problem is I don't know why I should not do. Well, one thing I'm thinking, like, even with a known seed, if I open a treasure box, the contents will be different, because I'm still, you know, going back to ram.range. Because I'm assuming this has something to do with time and other things too. So in a way, my random, like, if it's lucky and a treasure box should take into account the seed, some seed that's on the treasure box and the player's luck values. And between the three of those, it would be a random number, I suppose. But it's repeatable, so as long as you don't change the seed on the game, you're going to get the same values every time, no matter when you open it, because time has nothing to do with it. I need another bubbly water. Be right back. Back. All right, give me a minute, Jason. I am here with Jason Story's thumbnail image.
I was going to share my screen, but I thought if I share my camera, but if I did that, it'll be bandwidth, which I don't have much of. So I thought if I'm sharing screen, we'll just do that instead.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's do that.
Okay, yeah, this is really hard to explain. It's killing me. So let me see if I can do this better. Let me pull up an empty Unity project, and we can quickly go through this. Like honestly, I promise you, this concept is going to be considerably easier than you think it is. It's just there's a secret level of presumptions that your code is making that doesn't look like it's that big of a deal now. But I assure you that the reason I'm so adamant about this is your game, you're basically designing the rules and features of your system. Mm-hmm. And with every decision you're making at the moment, it's like writing in pen. And that's fine right now because it's just a few pages of pen. And then at some point you're going to say, oh, I'd love to be able to do X. And you're like, well, we wrote that in already. It's on page 3 and it's line 5 and you're done. That's it. Like, in order for you to do that, you'd have to say, okay, that's fine. We can change it. I just have to take out page 3, rewrite page 3 again and put page 3 back in. You're like, right, but make sure page 3 references the right thing, because at this point, page 3 talks to page 27 and talks about this. And if you mess that up, suddenly you've broken page 27. You're like, oh, whoops. Okay, let me go to page 27. And suddenly you've got this cascade of stuff. And it boils down to the idea that it's easy to make assumptions in small doses like this. And again, people will often say, yeah, but just write the bits you need. It's fine. It's like, yeah, I agree. I fully agree. Don't design a giant super system of whatever. But there's stuff going on here that I don't think is fully understood in terms of the consequences of actions.
Most likely.
So I'm going to just give me a sec. I'm pulling up an empty project. I'm going to make a really lightweight version of the relationships in your game. I'm obviously not going to make the game, but I will make a thing called world, a thing called data, and we'll do a really simple example of a vendor sells a product to a player. We'll sell an apple to a player, and I will write it in conceptually the equivalent way of what you're doing here. And then we'll start to go through some exercises of this game pseudo scaling and ask ourselves what we need to change or do to support these changes as they go. And I'm hoping it'll demonstrate that as we go down this road, suddenly the cascade of stuff that changes starts to get quite high. And then we'll do the exact same thing again, and I'll just make a very quick change at the start of the project to how things look. And we'll ask ourselves how much things are required to change then as a result. And hopefully the difference between those two different things should demonstrate why I find this stuff particularly important.
Fair enough.
Right. Okay. That's step 1, and last but not least,
things here.
Scripts. And we'll just say.
And Jack, don't worry. I haven't forgotten about your suggestion a while back. I'm gonna go back to that, probably.
Yeah, I'm hoping this won't be too long. This shouldn't be. I don't want to completely distract things. It's just more of a conceptual philosophy thing.
Well, I'm always happy to learn new things like this, especially since I know that I still know very little compared to what I should know. To be
you're gonna have to allow me to share. I can't do that at the moment. No.
How do I do that?
It annoyingly defaults. I think if you hit the share screen button, there's an options thing there that says allow others to share or something. So in my case, the share screen button has a little arrow in the top right corner of the green icon in the center of the screen. It should say allow multiple users or something. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so there we go. Share screen 1. Now I don't know how well this is going to show up with my screen share. My internet's not amazing, so.
I can see it just fine.
Okay, cool. Well, let me know if anybody else can too. Also, I haven't this isn't like my usual where I have lectures in mind, so I'm going to be making this up off the top of my head. So there
Makes
might
it
be
more
a little bit
exciting.
of there might be a little bit of random meandering on this one. We will say game, and we did that, and we will say in a second, and we will say now whether this actually works is kind of irrelevant, so I won't actually bother making this code all functional. I will just make the conceptual connections you have in yours, and we will talk about it through that layer. You can just presume the rest of the code exists and works. This is sort of a close analog to the way you have things running. Right, so we'll pull them over here and close these for now. And we will make a hypothetical scenario here. So this is sort of hypothetically a game, and we will say we have a shop. We'll go, some shop. And put them over here. And so in our start function, this is like the equivalent of sort of how your game functions at the moment. And we'll say we have some new shop and we want to sell a product to the player. Now, conceptually at the moment, it's like your game is doing this. So I will say available products is equal to, actually, you know what? I want to be pretty accurate at this too. So we'll say shop.sell to player, right? So to a degree, this is kind of like what your code's doing. There is some function in the shop which lets it sell to the player something, right?
Okay.
And then over here in the shop, I want to zoom in. Give me a, come on, there you go, thank you. And in here, you're using this sort of, this magic function here, which again, I'll pretend I didn't give you that because it kind of obfuscates the problem, but it's still there. We will say, so in order to sell to the player, we need the player. So we will say player is equal to game.data.player, right? And then we also need a reference to what items are in the shop. So we will say products equals game.data.inventory dot available products or some equivalent, right? We'll just create that property and we'll ignore that for now. Actually, we'll just make it a list just to be clear. I'll stop and go through this in a second once it's.
That's fine.
Say there's a.
So I would put the inventory under the shop. That's where I would have put it.
Sure. Yeah. All of this is pretty much the. Yeah, perfectly fine. All of this still gets to the same, I guess, problem for lack of a better word. And then inventory. Oh, inventory. Yeah, I had it conceptually as a class. Actually, that's probably more indicative. And then. So something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not 100% accurate to your stuff, but it's conceptually there. Right. So, and that's just products. And for simplicity, we will just say chosen is equal to the first product. And then we'll say if player.wallet.amount is greater than chosen price, then player.inventory add chosen and products.remove the chosen one, and then let's see, player.wallet .amount minus equals chosen that price. Right. I guess that somewhat vaguely relates to, I think, the relationship you currently have between items.
Sure. It definitely seems like something I might do.
Yeah. Obviously, there will be differences, but I just generally the kind of philosophy here, and then the player will have their own inventory. Now, so this all so many hypothetical things to add. So we'll just inventory should have. Oh, it's actually inventory products.add because it's a products list. Right. We'll just pretend that's fine. That gets to the heart of where I want to get to. Now, the first thing to note here is this works perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a perfectly valid way to do things. But what I'm hoping to demonstrate now is that a lot of assumptions have been made and a lot of secret knowledge has been given to things without really thinking about it too much. And so the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that if you think about it, you create this thing called a shop. And when you create a shop and you sell to the player, through transient interdimensional magic, the shop can talk to a player and get their wallet. It hasn't been given any player, it hasn't been given any wallet, it hasn't been given any items. It can just magically, through something, it knows who it's selling to, it knows where the products are, it knows which products it's selling, it does some stuff and stuff happens, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what if you wanted to say, you know what, actually, the player wants to buy something, but they don't have any money. So wouldn't it be cool if a player could say to their friend, hey, can I just use your wallet and just buy something real quick? You're like, okay, how would I go about letting a player purchase something from a shop using a wallet other than their own wallet? And it's like, well, shit. So the answer is probably I need to give more information to the shopkeeper. So the shopkeeper doesn't just have a wallet anymore, or a player, or an inventory. It now needs to know whose wallet I'm using. And philosophically, from the design of what you were doing earlier, the answer to that would be to put in more code with more conditions and say, hey, if using other person's wallet, do X, else do Y, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would change it, and you tell me if this was completely wrong, but I'd change to sell to and pass in a player, pass in a wallet.
Right. See, that is the right idea. Now we're getting somewhere. So I agree with you. It is a better approach that rather than sell to player, which intrinsically expects the player, it would be sell to, and we can start with player, and then wallet, and that gets us a bit closer, although in this case, that should be over here. Mm-hmm. And that can be now player and well, actually, we technically don't need that because what you can do here is you can say player and player.wallet. Yeah. So now hypothetically, you could have and you could pass in friend's wallet. Cool. So that's definitely an improvement. Because now, rather than referencing it here, we can actually get rid of that line because we don't need to reference the player there because we have a player, and that should probably be lowercase p. And already that's removed that game.data reference, right? And that's what I was getting at earlier. By the sheer having it in here, we actually had to give this the game. And even though it didn't seem to need it, technically a shop was able to go game.change gravity or whatever. And there is no universe, at least so far in the architecture of our system, where a shop should even have access to the function that controls the universal gravity constants, right? There's no reason right now for those two things to ever be intrinsically connected. So already we've removed some of the complexity. And I would argue as well is that this is another example. In here, presumptively, the code is using player.wallet. So we actually have to change this code now too to use wallet up here instead. Yeah. And that's a good thing. That is an improvement. But notice, in order to provide that functionality that you've described, we've had to rewrite a lot of the code. It's not a big deal in a small dose, but we've had to make risking breaking changes to get us closer to this kind of conceptual point we want to be at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one change. So that's one change, all good. Now let's go with change two. Let's say I say to you, yeah, this is great, cool system. We've added a new feature. The player now has they can hire a ward or someone who follows them around. And one of the features you can have is you can send them to the shop for you. So you don't actually have to go to the shop at all. You just send another character to go to the shop for you, and you give them the wallet with which to use, and they'll make the purchase for you. How do we change this code now where someone other than a player can now access this code?
I mean, I'm asking the wrong questions, I think, but assuming this other person is not a player as well.
Yep.
Then why not just pass the players still? Because if that's the final destination for the inventory products.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. So in this case, let's say it's not. Let's say it's automated for starters. Let's say that on a regular schedule, they go to the shop for you and then do different purchases. That's one option. Or it doesn't really matter. They all amount to the same thing. Okay, how about this? The player buys a house and they now have a house with which to store items. They can now put items in the house, not in their own personal inventory. And they can go to the shop and tell, because they didn't go to the shop themselves, they've sent their ward to the shop. The end result should be the ward goes to the shops and then puts those items into the house, not the person's inventory.
Yeah. I could just pass in inventory as well. So player, wallet, and inventory are all different.
Sure. So we're not getting now we're getting more sort of abstraction out. So we would say rather than having inventory, we'll pass in this inventory. And it's still getting a bit more complicated, but the point is, notice how by doing this, you're actually doing this, you're doing what I'm trying to get at already, because your reasoning is perfectly sound. Like I said, you're more intuitively good at the reasoning of this stuff than I am. I just happen to know the answers because I've read the books. But you're getting to the right answer. It's just the point is you're getting there after the fact, causing a lot of work to get there. So we'll hopefully demonstrate that in a second. So now you're right. We actually shouldn't be using player.inventory at all. There should be some inventory with which we're using. And so in fact, we can actually get rid of that now. We can now use that. And well, there's two. There's a shop's inventory. So we'll actually say that should have left that one actually. That's shop. Shop inventory. So that's the shop inventory. This will be the wallet we're using here, and that'll be the target inventory. So that'll be here. Yeah, so there we go, whatever, same thing. So this is all perfectly fine, and we can keep doing this, right? With each subsequent change, we can keep changing this up, right? And keep rewriting the code. Now, we're gonna just redo this exact same metaphorical example, but we'll do it slightly differently in terms of architecture. But at least I think we get all the moving pieces. There's inventories, there's wallets, there's a player, there's a shop, there's a whatever, all this kind of stuff. So let me just rewind the clock here and design this the way I would approach this problem, right? Okay. So I'm going to go crazy here and just delete a bunch of stuff because I want to really demonstrate the subtlety of the difference here. Actually, no, we'll go crazy. Let's delete the whole off. Right. So basically the same concept. World. So for my example, we're going to say, okay, we want a shop. Let's go shop equals new shop. And I'll zoom in a second once it stops freaking out on me. There we go. Zoom in and cool. So we have a shop, right? But we're going to say basically the same idea, but here's something I'm going to say that's subtly different. So forget about players, forget about inventories, forget about all of that stuff. We want to sell something in this shop. So we want to say sell, and in order to sell something, we need a buyer. So somebody has to buy something. So we have a buyer. And then we have a shop, and we have a buyer. And then finally, we have to know what item we're buying from the shop. And we'll order it by ID just to keep things simple. So the shop will sell to a buyer. And we will say item 0, whatever, just to keep things relatively straightforward. Buyer, and we will say 0. Or sorry, int item ID, whatever. Right, so we can put all of our code in here, and what we would say is, from my perspective, all we're really asking is if the shop has we'll keep the same principled names as well. I'm going to specifically make this a class called shop inventory, because in my mind that's got different behaviors, but whatever. So we're going to say a shop has a shop inventory. So this is the stuff that a shop has. Now, I'm going to start by saying, first of all, what item does the player want? So we're going to say item is equal to inventory get that item. That's probably item ID. Okay, a little bit seat of the pants here, but bear with me. Once we're back to roughly the same behavior, we'll go through the same exercises, and I'm sure it will make sense.
We'll see.
So we have an item. Now, here's where we start getting to the meat of what I think matters here. I'm going to just say new shop inventory, buyer, shop. So I want to keep this bit sort of firmly in our mind. So I'm going to actually just make a example, sell a product, and we'll just say, this is probably unnecessary, but I want to be really hyper focused on what we're talking about here. And so this is just so I can hide Unity related stuff. So we'll come back to that. So if I do that and that, so we'll just leave this kind of hanging over here because we'll need that, and we can now hide all of that. This is sort of the brains of our operation here. There's a shop, there's a buyer, and the shop sells something to the buyer, right? We'll just leave that there, but we're actually not going to come back to it right now. We'll just sort of keep that firmly in our mind as we start to go through this exercise. So we have an item. Now the question we're really asking is if buyer can afford the item. That's kind of what we're really asking. And if they can't, we'll just leave. We don't really care. If they can't afford it, we can't continue this purchase. So we'll just plumb whatever that means, and we'll move on. Then we could say, right, what if the buyer can't, if you can't fit the item? So we'll say if buyer can receive item. Maybe the item is too big for the inventory. Maybe they can't physically hold it. Maybe for some reason the mount is full or whatever. We can't have it. So whatever, can't receive it. That should be not actually. If you can't afford it, return. If you can't buy it, return, whatever. And then finally, if all conditions, we'll just turn true for now. And if all of that does work out, then sure, what we'll do is we'll say our inventory, we will take that item, and we will take the buyer inventory. Actually, buyer, we'll just give them the item. And buyer, and we will just take the money for the item, which is item price. There we go. So at this stage, we're still firmly saying the same thing, right? But we're pretty much saying the same kind of concept. There's inventories, there's products, there's buyers, all the same pieces of the puzzle are here. But here's where the subtlety, hopefully, is going to come in once I've finished plumbing all of these things. Right. So this is now our sell method, right? And this is our general buyer stuff. Now, before I go any further, any questions here before I go into the next like big leap of what I'm going to do?
No, not yet.
Okay, cool. So first I want to set my precedent of why do I care about, what is the actual reason why this is even an issue and why we're even considering it? Well, my thesis statement, I guess, would be as we build our project, it is guaranteed to change. We're pretty certain of that. We are going to add new stuff to it. That's kind of an undeniable truth. The argument I make is that every time you have to rewrite a piece of code to support that change, it's a dice roll that that particular change won't cause breaking damage to the code. It's not a big deal, but the point is, every time you have to change a line of code, physically rewrite it, it was working. When you're done, hopefully it still works. It may not, it may add more features, but there is a non-zero chance it'll not do what it used to do last time, at least, right? It might now be broken. In an ideal world, you should be able to add features, leave what was there alone, and just add new stuff. If the new stuff, if you change your mind, you could just like turn off the new stuff. You're not changing the fundamental code. So if we could hypothetically add new features without changing the existing code, we are saving ourselves from potential breaking changes as stuff grows. We don't have to do a Control F, find everything and change things and deal with ricochet changes. We just say add new stuff. If the new stuff isn't what we want, we take it out, we put new stuff in. It's like a plug socket in the kitchen. If there is new features we want, we don't have to rewire our house just because we decided a different TV, which might have different power requirements. We simply plug in a new one or plug out the old one or plug in a different one. The freedom to do that doesn't affect the wiring of our house just because we changed our mind on the TV. Likewise, changing how purchasing works should not cause some rippling effect across your code base. So as we demonstrated, even relatively small changes like I want to use a different wallet previously required us to change code, right? Mm-hmm. Now, here's where I think things are different. So we have, if I can actually now take this, the shop, all the shop stuff, I'm actually just going to close all that and the world, everything. We're going to go back to this, what I call the root of the application. Right now, we have a buyer who is involved in the process of a purchase in a shop, right? Mm-hmm. What if I was to say, here we have one type of a buyer. Or did I not actually make a buyer class? I thought I did. Cannot find declaration buyer. Did I forget to make the class? I don't think so.
I think you did. Yeah.
Writer's not giving me the. I probably wrote so much code it's breaking. Let me just let it settle itself there. Back to the world. Yeah, here we go. Just classic writer sometimes forgetting that it's a code editor. Happens to me too, everybody. Same thing. Right. Yeah. So here's the thing. We've now got this concept of a buyer. Unity integration unavailable. Don't care. So we've now established what we've done sort of by accident, I guess, is we've actually established a contract. You may not have thought about it that way. That's what we've done. So if I move this buyer out so we can look at him in isolation. Now, you don't have to know about interfaces expressly to do this, but I'm going to use it here just because it'll actually make it easier to explain. Mm-hmm. There is create a, I think it's refactor generate code. I always forget the shortcut because I tend to do it manually. Extract interface, there you go. So if I do this, what we've actually done, this is the kind of the magic, I think, of what matters. We have said, in order for someone or something to perform shopping related stuff, they need this information. You need to tell me if you can afford it. You need to tell me if you can receive it. You need to be able to receive it if I give it to you. And you need to be able to have money taken off you. And that should really be an end, but whatever. Mm-hmm. So are we in agreement that's what a buyer actually is? Right? Mm-hmm. So right now we've got this conceptual buyer, and we'll simplify this. So if I go back to our shop, and we could say our shop doesn't actually really need to know about buyer, and this will make more sense in a second. So I'm just going to change this to an interface, and it's just literally that. No big deal, just to an I. So this now no longer talks to any particular buyer. It talks to the concept of a buyer, this conceptual relationship. And I can kind of really sell this by just deleting that buyer object now. Don't worry, I know this is confusing, but we're gonna pause on this in a second. So
I think I know where you're going with it on this part.
Yeah, so we can delete buyer for now, and so now we actually once this finishes resolving, no buyer, that's fine. Yeah, because that doesn't exist right now. So we're actually going to say that's an I buyer, and let's leave it to null. Currently, we have no buyers in the entire game. We just have the concept of a buyer that might hypothetically buy from a shop. Make sure the code still evaluates. Now, with all of that being done, here's where we actually write the real stuff. So this is the whole make it work. What is, in our mind, a very straightforward concept of a buyer? Well, we could say a player as buyer is kind of the default state of affairs. a person who wants to buy something from the shop. That's the behavior that you're currently describing is the main thing. And what does that really mean? Well, for a player to be a buyer, we need to know which player we're talking about. I don't think we actually got as far as player in this because we didn't need to. That's kind of the point, I guess. But we'll do one now. Create type, class, player. So we have a player. And we'll do the same thing. We'll have an inventory. Now, if anybody's wondering about this sort of the amount of code I'm writing and stuff, you wouldn't. This isn't a demonstration of how I would actually design this system. This is a relationship conversation. I wouldn't be going this far. I would still be on the concept of a wallet at this stage if I was really writing this code. So don't treat any of this as like representative of how much code you'd write or how much you'd write in this order. None of that's relevant. I'm trying to get the philosophy of relationships in place here. So what does can afford mean in this context? Well, can afford is actually if the player's wallet has at least item price. Conceptually, I guess that's what can afford really means. So we will say that's a wallet, and then wallet is a type, and then we need our function has at least amount, and then again, jumping around a lot. I really don't want people to take the wrong idea that this is some super confusing system. Once we're done, it won't be as confusing, and this isn't how you would build this. This is me getting through where I think would take like 3 weeks of coding to get a reasonable thing. So that's amount. We'll call this. Once you do a little retrospective at the end, this will make a lot more sense. Yeah, so that's what can afford means. That's the player we need. And then can receive will be inventory. So we'll say player inventory can fit item. And item, and we'll say hypothetically that there's a max capacity, and we'll say current capacity, and we'll say if current capacity plus item, give item capacity, is less than or equal to max capacity, and I'll just return that. And that's supposed to be a bool for can fit. And we're nearly done. We're just moving down through these functions here. And then give will just be player inventory add item. And then take money would be player wallet take price. And we'll put that into int. I might have to change a few things to make that work. And minus price, and it's not really a price, that's just an amount. And I think that's us, aside from a couple of fixing changes, and then we'll finally pause, see where we are, and then we'll do the same exercise we just did. And that should be an int price. Capacity. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we never actually gave item a capacity. All right. So let's see what's broken, and we'll just fix a few things, and then we'll take a pause. Already contains a definition for inventory. You shouldn't. Oh, it's just being late to catch up. Come on. Okie dokie. So, and then finally, just to really keep this clean, we will say this is shopping stuff, and that'll just be the shop and the buyer. And we'll put in the wallet, for example. And then we'll have another folder for player stuff, and that's going to be inventory, whatever. Because we now have a lot more items than we did originally, but you're going to see why that's surprisingly important. And sell a product. So And we specifically actually call these, so I suppose we can call it a use case in this example. So sell a product is a behavior we'd like the system to do. And that is part of shopping. That's a player. So with all of that in place, let's take a stop and see where we landed. Buyer is now going to be, and we'll just say create buyer because I want to separate these two concepts very, very clearly. So we're going to return a new player as buyer, and we'll say a new player, and we'll say that's me, whatever. I'm the purchaser, and that's all we need. Right. So this is where I ended up with this system, and again, very similar. So we're just going to stop and take a quick look, and then we'll start going through some exercises. The shop, I give the shop its inventory of items, and then I create a buyer, and the shop sells to the buyer. They're selling product 0 in this case, so that could be some ID or whatever. So nothing is confusing here, right? And then the buyer, in this case, is the player as a buyer. And what does the concept of buying mean? Well, if can afford is if the player's wallet has that much money. Can receive is if the player's inventory can fit that item. And then to actually receive the item, the player gets the item, and then to take money, takes money from the wallet. All of that's perfectly fine. Any questions here?
Not yet.
Okay, so here's where we're actually going to go through the exercise that I think is the whole thing I was trying to describe is this next bit. We are now going to start drastically changing our code, and we're going to see what effect it has on the rest of the system. So I'm going to start here. Now remember, we're like miles away from shop here. Shop's over here doing shop-related stuff, and we're not going to go near that for a while. And I want to really highlight this fact. So right now, we as a player are buying products. And so my first thing to you was, okay, what if I want to use somebody else's wallet? Well, let's see what that would mean in this system. Well, first, I'm going to make a different kind of buyer. Now, we're just going to call this buyer. I'm going to keep this one simpler than the last one. So this one is a buyer who uses some wallet and some inventory. So we'll say inventory, wallet, not specifically the players, just any old wallet. And what does that mean in this case to be a buyer? Well, can afford is if the wallet has at least that amount. Can receive is equal to whether that inventory can fit that item. Give would just be to give inventory, add that item. And then to take money would just be the wallet take the price. We'll shrink all of these down a bit. And I think that makes sense. So with that in mind, we have a buyer, and we're just going to separate the concept from what we had before. So instead of player as buyer, we're going to just say buyer. And the buyer in this case is going to be the player still. And then the inventory is going to be, actually, I'll even separate this too, because I want to be really clear. Player equals new player, and I'll just move this. And then inventory equals player inventory, whatever. So we will say player and inventory. And that's player, was it wallet, I think? Yeah. Is the order wallet and inventory, inventory then wallet? Let's forget the order. Inventory then wallet. So inventory and then wallet. So, right, after all of that, so we're back to where we were. We're not using that player as buyer thing anymore. We're just saying a buyer is a thing that buys stuff. This buyer uses this inventory and this wallet. Yeah. So now if the question is, I want to change wallet, I could just say, well, actually, how about I have a different person, which is my friend, and I want to use their wallet, so I just use friend's wallet. So that conceptual idea, notice how we're changing this code away from the shop. Despite changing the behavior of the shop, we are not interacting with the shop because the shop doesn't actually know that we're making these decision changes. And later on, say I decide to, like I said, have my friend do the purchasing for me, or if I ended up buying a house and the house has its own inventory, I could say, rather than sending it to my own inventory, I could say inventory is equal to my house inventory, and that's now passing the house inventory in instead. I'll just to be very clear, I'll do it that way. So the decision to send things to a different inventory is now not affecting the shop. And say, for example, we have some later on feature to the game where we add a pocket dimension, and a pocket dimension is able to store things. Now, here's where I would make one subtle change that would make this a bit simpler. I don't know if this will confuse matters conceptually, but it's probably worth covering. I actually wouldn't be using inventory as we're doing here. I would actually have, this might be a bit crazy, but I would have a container. Now, here's where I want to get really, I probably want to go one more step further because I think I don't want you to do this. I just wanted to really demonstrate this idea first, because I think you'll start to see the power of this if I do one last step. So I'm going to say an inventory is a type of container, right? And I am going to say that a house is actually a container. A house can have stuff, so it's not actually going to use the reference inventory. And I'm going to say the house is just going to use its inventory, but it is a thing that can contain stuff. And we'll get back to the reason why I think this is important in a second. But yeah, I'll come back to this in a sec. This is also a type of container, and this will also use an inventory behind the scenes, but it doesn't really matter. That's kind of the point. Now, I know I'm writing a lot of code here, and again, I want to be really hyper clear. This may be very confusing as to what I'm doing, but none of this matters. What matters is we are adding features to the shop. We are changing who the shop sells to, where the items in the shop go to, and later on we can change what items are in the shop, but none of it requires us to go near the shop at this stage. In fact, actually, I am now going to make the buyer not need to be an inventory at all. It's now just any container. So whatever I buy can now go into any container. It doesn't have to be an inventory. I get rid of that, and that needs to be public. And it's the same concept, really. Like, there's nothing really changing. And that should be underscore container. And I would even say, I don't know if I want to go too crazy with this, but I think it's worth it. Yeah, no, I'm really gonna go ham with this, because I really think, like, if I don't take this to its logical conclusion, you won't see why I think this is so important. Screw it, we'll just do that. And we will do this. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit crazy, but I really, really want to drill this concept as home as humanly possible. Right, and okay, so with all of that in place, let's go all the way back to our original demo, and I will close all of this nonsense that's not relevant. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to get rid of all of this for a second. And we're just going to go back to a simple example of player dot inventory and a say it's new player wallet, a new wallet, whatever. Okay, so we're back to where we were, all that confusing code aside, but the point is still the same. A person buys from a shop, the shop sells to a buyer. A buyer is a player's inventory and a wallet, right? All of that's still true. But the difference is that one, a shop sells to a buyer, and a buyer is just this set of rules. A buyer is someone who can afford what you're selling, can receive what you're selling, you can give the item to them, and they can take money. And then in this instance, a buyer is using some container and some source of money to fulfill those rules, which are to say you can afford it means the source of money can afford that amount and the container can fit that item. Because of this, without changing any of the code that exists, you could say to me, oh, we've added a new concept to the game. It is a horse. And a horse has saddlebags on its side that can potentially store items. I could say, cool, horse. In this case, the horse is a container, and the horse, we're actually not going to use inventories for the horse at all. The horse is going to have something called a saddlebag, which has its own set of rules and its own set of things, but it's actually a container. And the saddlebag, we'll ignore what it does because it doesn't matter. But the point is, there is a thing called a saddlebag, and horses use saddlebags, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a bag, you can add item, and a bag can tell you if it can fit an item. And because a horse is a container, when someone says, I'm buying something, you don't have to pass in any particular thing. You can literally pass in now any horse. The shop doesn't even know it's dealing with horses, but you can say to the shop, when I buy this item, put it on my horse. And if you want to say wallet, what if we're not using a wallet, but instead there is a spell which generates money? So I could say money magic, and money magic is a source of money. And this money magic always returns true because it has infinite money potentially. And when you take money from it, it doesn't actually do anything because it's money magic. It doesn't really matter. Now, keep in mind, we've not touched the buyer or the shop class in a very long time, but I have now added the features to my game. I can use a magic spell to buy something from the shop and put the item in my horse. And we haven't had to go near the shop since, because as far as the shop is concerned, it is checking if the buyer can afford it, and then adding to that whatever that particular item inventory source happens to be, right?
Yeah.
So you see how the only reason I can do this is I have separated the concept of what the shop needs versus where it gets the data from. In your case, you were specifically saying this world's data, this world's data's inventory, that's where my stuff is. Well, I'm saying, oh, a shop? Well, I'm going to give you some stuff. I'm going to tell you a dude who wants to buy it, and I'm going to tell you which item they want to buy. And if they can buy it and you have it, give it to them. What does that mean? It could be anything. I don't really care. And now I could say, actually, we've added a new feature to our game, and turns out all of the shops are actually an evil monopoly. And the shops don't use the shared inventory for the shop anymore. Like previously, you had an inventory in the shop, right? Yeah. Well, I don't. I have the inventory being handed to the shop. So I could say super inventory is a type of shop inventory. And we can turtles all the way down if we wanted to. This super inventory is actually like some conglomerate set of shops that have all pooled together their resources. And there's actually all the shops in the town are all pooling from the same inventory. And that technically brand new behavior that we've added to the game, the idea of a shared super inventory that every shop in town is using, I didn't have to change the shop to support a monumental change to the concept of how shops deal with products. You know what I mean? Now, say I wanted to have a weapon-only shop. Well, you were talking before about having filters on your items and things like that. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't put any of that anywhere near the shop. I would just say I would create a product-specific shop inventory. And that shop inventory would be a type of shop inventory. But what it's going to do is it's going to take in which other inventory it's currently using as the main source of items, and then some item type that it sells only. And so now, if somebody was to say, and this is where we get to the whole interfaces thing, if you were to have a question like something like this, all items, and this is getting too far down, I don't want to continue down this rabbit hole, but the idea is if I had a previously an all items, all I would say in this instance is all items for this shop is actually equal to main source of items where, I haven't written this, so it's filling stuff in for me. Item type, we'll just say, yeah, item type. I'll do is, because I like doing is functions. Why not? Is item type, and have to make that. I won't fill in all the lines of code required to make that work. All I'll say is I have made a new type of inventory, which is an inventory where it takes a different inventory and will pretend only these items exist within that inventory. And so if I was to hypothetically say that this other shop is a weapon shop, maybe the weapon shop is actually using the other super inventory, but it's actually a product specific inventory where it's using the global inventory of everybody. But in this case, it's actually going to only sell weapons. So again, I've put a very stringent rule that drastically changes the behavior of future shops, but like I don't have to change shop to do it because the rule actually has nothing to do with the shop. What is a shop but a list of things that you can buy? How I choose those things, that's not even the shop's job, really. The shop, if given items, would sell those items. So that all the behavior of shop remains the same, regardless of whether I want to suddenly change to have a magic potion shop. And so I can maintain all of the same behavior shared across all the different things. So I'm reusing so much of this because only the bits that change are extracting out. And as per the philosophy we said earlier, like it's not about, I didn't start by making a magic potion shop that you can buy using your horse and a magic spell. That's not what I started with. I started with the actual same requirement you had, which is I buy things from shop as player. The difference is before I went too much further architecturally and down this giant rabbit hole of extra features, I stopped and said, well, what is a shop really? A shop really is a thing that sells things to buyers. And I just made sure that that rule is the same because the hot take from an architecture or from a programming perspective is, why is your code different than anybody else's? Because you're using the same lines of code. You're using the same keywords, the same everything that I'm using. And every app in the world, if it's written in C#, they're all using the same words and the same tools and the same everything. Why does your game/app exist? It's because of the rules within it. The difference between a vending machine and a bank and a video game isn't the code, it is the specific rule that says if health is less than 0, you die, or if balance is greater than X, you can take out money. It's the rules that make the code different. And in our case, the rule for a shop is get the item from an inventory somewhere, if the buyer can afford it, and if the buyer can receive it, take it from the inventory, give it to the buyer, and take out the money. And that rule is carved in stone. And everything else about this transaction is irrelevant and changeable. It doesn't matter. It can be different buyers, it can be different products, it can be whether it can afford it or not could be entirely based on maybe afford in this case. We change it out to say, actually, you know what? It's not actually about the money anymore. Maybe each product has a certain class to it, can only be used by a certain status class socially. And if you're not within the correct status class, you can't afford to wear this. It doesn't suit you. And so I can now change that rule where internally the buyer checks, oh, am I the right class for this thing? So I wouldn't even have called that can afford really. I'd really say can have. And that way can have can mean is the right social class, is the right level, is the right, doesn't matter. What matters is if can have it and can receive it, take the item. And so what we've done here is we've split the actual rule you're using from all of the nonsense details about where it works. And the reason that my eye kept twitching was that every time you write game dot main dot thing dot other thing dot here I am dot do stuff, I know every decision. That's like saying we are using this universe's specific thing where it has this stuff in it, where I've opened the box and I've reached in and I've taken this thing out and this thing, whatever. And if you go, oh, actually, it's not that thing anymore. That's now a horse. You're like, everything's broken because that's not a horse. That's actually the other thing. We hard coded it to be that other thing. It's always that other thing. It will be forever. And if you want to change that, you have to go and change that everywhere. But in this case, I'm not using a specific anything. I'm using the concept of the buyer and the concept of inventory. And whatever that happens to be internally is fine. And even though my thing here, like, it's really, really simple. But notice how when I said here, can afford, all that's really doing is saying if money in wallet is greater than price of thing. But notice how I made that assumption that it's always if money in wallet is greater than price of thing. But then when I made the magic spell, there's actually no thing or price or anything at all. Can afford a magic spell is yes, of course you can. It's a magic spell. It can afford anything. So that presumption that I'll be dealing with some number and checking its maximum amount was a wrong assumption. In the same way as giving an item might in this case be giving it to an inventory, but what if later on I'm actually bringing Dargoth, the commercial god who eats products, with me, and I have to feed him 10 products for it to pass some mission? Am I actually going to store the item, or do I just want to give it to him to eat? What if the buyer in this case, when you give it to them, actually disintegrates it into the ether, and then somehow that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what give means. I just know it means I as a shop don't have it. Buyer has it now. It's not my problem anymore. And so I'm not making any assumptions beyond what this needs to do its job. And it, again, I cannot stress this enough, it is not about making it infinitely malleable and trying to cover every edge case, because I didn't do that. I just wrote what I know I needed. And like I said, later on, when I decide to add if is right class, all I would do is change this to can have, and then I will go in, and now nothing else has changed. I can now make a version of a buyer where can have is if you're the right class. So I'm still allowed to change it. I'm not saying it's 100% irrevocably changed. I'm still writing only the rules I need. But what matters is that when I find a boundary line, I ask myself the difference between the hard-coded portion and the bits that I'm actually writing. And so all that being said, I guess from a design perspective, if I was to ask you, looking at this, imagine how much stuff you might want to change. What if I wanted to have, what if I wanted a magic inventory, which was like a sorting goblin? And I have now a sorting goblin in my game, and he is able to deal with product for me. And what I'm going to do is I am going to give him every inventory that I have. And then what he's going to do is he's going to say, if any of my inventories can fit that item, I can do it. And then what he'll do is he will say free space is whichever first inventory can fit that item, the free space, it will add the item. So now, brand new concept, added to the game, hadn't thought of it till just now. There is now a way for me to give a bunch of inventories to one thing, and that thing will figure out where it goes relative to what. And it doesn't have to be just the first one that'll fit. Maybe I actually give it a bunch of inventories with filtered types. This inventory is for weapons, this inventory is for guns, this inventory is for spells, whatever. And now, when the time comes to buy stuff, all I have to do is, instead of passing it my spell or whatever, my horse actually, I would say, actually, we're going to use the sorting goblin. And the sorting goblin is going to decide whether the item goes to the horse or to the saddlebag or to the inventory or even to my inventory. I don't know. It'll pick one of those things for me. Not my problem, right? Mm-hmm. Because he is just the concept of a thing that can receive stuff, and here's all the places he can put the stuff. We're obviously getting into super weeds here at this stage, but the point is, like, notice how I have, it's not affecting any existing code. And if I go, ugh, that whole goblin thing was a mistake, I shouldn't have done that, I massively confused my code. Okay, how am I ever going to recover all those changes I made? Oh, how about I just like don't use any of it? And we go back to player and inventory, and that's just actually wallet. So we'll just go There we go. All of that complicated spells and magic and horses and goblins and whatever, it's all gone now. We're back to normal. And none of the code is broken or at risk of changing or any downsides or whatever. I have now got all these features that are available but are not affecting the existing code base. So yes. I know that's a lot. I threw a lot at you, but I'm hoping, like, and I don't I don't expect you to just instantly, oh, I get all of this, I'm going to start shit. Like, no, this isn't, that's not what that is. I'm just saying that when you're writing the code, I'm perfectly on board with the first step, which is, hey, let's make it work. It works now. But the minute it does work, and this should be like in little cycles of 20 minutes or so, this shouldn't be like after 4 hours of whatever, because what happens is if you wait that long, it works, and now it works and you're afraid to change it. But notice how easy I can just like make stupid shit and then get rid of it again, because I have the freedom to, because the boundaries have been defined. And so what I would do is, as soon as you get to a point where something works the way you want it to, move on from there. Like, without going into a whole big thing of how I would have done the randomness, I would have said something along the lines of item picker. An item picker is going to pick an item when given a collection of items. And I might have a random item picker, which is a type of item picker. And what he's going to do is randomly decide between the different items. And what I was getting at earlier would be something, no, I'm not going to do that. That's too far. I'll keep this relatively simple. So we'll say to list, and it's Unity engine I need. Between 0 and, actually I should probably do this first. Okay, so we've got a random item picker. But then later on, I might decide, oh, actually, you know what? I want an expensive item picker. So, and we'll say, and what amount counts as expensive for this person? And then we could say items where price is greater than expensive, first or default. So we'll pick a item that's too expensive for this person to buy. And so now I've got a new type of item picker. And so later on, when you start going down this road, I could say, oh, we're going to have a joke shop. So this is a joke shop, and it's going to be a new shop. And that's going to have a picked inventory, and we're going to use. And I'll start with random. I'll get to this in a second where I'm going with this. The problem with thinking off the top of my head here, shop inventory, and the shop inventory is going to use a item picker, and it's fine. I won't revisit that because it's not really important to the example. Yeah, so I could say. And just to clarify this, I'll make another simple method here. I want to just isolate the parts of this little example that matters. And we could say, and player. So this is a bit of a silly example, but it really highlights my point here. If I was to create a type of shop in my game as part of some quest, where the shop only ever shows you products that are too expensive for you to actually buy, I just did that. I made a shop where the items the shop uses inventory are only items picked using an expensive item picker, which uses my wallet's amount to choose the items available. So every time I open that shop, I'll never be able to buy anything in it, right? So like, notice how that's off the top of my head, but because nothing is hard-coded to a specific place or source or count or anything, I can just go free architecturally with designs, you know?
Yes. I think I don't use interfaces much at all. I think that's
Now the
part
interfaces
of-
don't matter as well. I would say I did that because it's simpler. Like you don't need to use interfaces. The point that matters is that there's a line of contract. Like I could have just left buyer as a class buyer. Like it didn't have to be an input interface. I think interface is easier to explain just because it hides the details. It literally shows you it's just these two lines. Now I could have just left it as the other one and other types of containers, whatever. It doesn't matter. So I wouldn't worry about it from that perspective. Like conceptually, this is the same thing as this. I'm just like I could have made everything extend from inventory instead. I just chose container because it means you can have multiple things. And like for example, a house. A house can be both a container and a source of money. Maybe you go through the drawers in the house and there's money. Like you know what I mean? It gives them freedom.
Well, one of the things that when I think about a house, I don't think about that a house is a container, but rather a house has an inventory, and a house has other things a house might have. So like a horse itself is not a container.
Okay, yeah, well, you're right, but I would phrase it a different way. The problem with that line of thinking is, yes, you're right. Technically, a horse isn't a container, a house is a container. But what you could say is make a container where it gets its stuff from. So imagine instead of saying, like, there's a difference between saying house.inventory. You were saying always use a house's inventory. If you'd say use container of money or use house as container of money, you are making a new thing which has a house in it, and notice the inversion is there. Rather than saying house.inventory, you're saying inventory.house. The house is the thing that provides the details for the concept of the inventory. So you're right. I probably wouldn't in this case actually make it that way, but look at it another way. A player is a buyer, but I didn't write player.buyer or player is buyer. I made a buyer, and a player is used by a quote unquote conceptual buyer, even though they are one and the same. So whenever you have that contradiction of a horse isn't a container, no, but there is a container which is the horse's pockets or the horse's bags, right? So treat of it as a new conceptual non-real object called a container, and there is a container that uses a horse, and a container that uses a house, and a container that uses a magic pocket dimension. The container is the bit that's important, not the thing with the stuff in it. So if you flip those relationships around, where you're talking to the concept and you're not talking to the details, you have all of that extra freedom.
It's gonna take a bit of time for me to really.
I know it's a lot, but another way to look at it is like a shop or a job doesn't see you as an Andrew who can work. A place that you work sees an employee, and you happen to be the employee. But it could be a different employee, or it could be a robot employee, or it could be a super special dog who's really good at doing the job for. It doesn't matter. They see an employee, a conceptual nonsense modular idea, and one implementation of employee is you, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to employee dot do work, right? You know, there's a difference between Andrew dot do work versus employee dot do work, which internally uses Andrew dot do thing, right? Do you see how it's the same thing, but the information that a job has about you isn't you anymore at all. It's what you can do for them.
Okay. So I want to go back to the beginning if we can in just a few minutes and ask what it is about this that I should change. Now, the whole point that started this party class is that I wanted to be able to say, hold on, wherever, now I don't know, remember where it was, the party dot random flow, random flow. So the way I'm looking at this, and I understand the next step, so I'm going to say two things. The way I'm looking at it right now is saying, well, whenever the loot box is populated, it's populated based on the random float from the party, which includes all this other stuff like luck and other things that might affect it. Now, the next step is saying, well, what if it's not the party's luck that makes a determination. Maybe there's a spell on them, or some NPC opens the chest. Now, I get that. I don't think I'd ever do that in this game. That's where I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna do this. Party that, if some other NPC opens it, well, still the party's luck that whether cool stuff is in there or not.
Okay, so this is where so the way I would look at it is, I think the reason this is confusing is, imagine just hypothetically you had a method on the loot box that says open loot box, right?
Mm-hmm.
An open loot box takes into it an opener, a box opener, a thing that opens loot boxes. And one type of box opener is a party. Now, whenever the loot box wants to ask questions like, are you a lucky box opener? It just asks the question, hey, are you lucky? And it'll say, oh, I'm super lucky. And then it opens the box. Now, you've done exactly the same thing you've done here, but you've not said anything about randomness. You've said nothing about parties. You said nothing about who's opening it. What you've done is you've defined a relationship between something that can open boxes and something that is a box that can be opened. And you can still put all the same code you have in there, but the difference is when you decide later to change to maybe it's a random chance that you'll get certain stuff, when the loot box still needs to know, are you lucky? But the loot box asks the box opener questions. Hey, can you fit this thing? Are you lucky? Are you able to hold these kinds of items? Like, it just asks these vague questions and it gets back the information it needs to continue doing its job. And so even the fact that it's a party is actually irrelevant, because what it's saying is, hey, box opener, can you open this? Or are you lucky? And internally, the first implementation of box opener is a party. And a party calculates whether it's lucky by iterating its people and saying, are each of you lucky? Aggregate the total. But if you later on make a different kind of box opener that's just an NPC who's like some evil robber character who runs around and steals loot boxes before you, and you have to get to him before he takes all the loot boxes, he could be going around opening boxes. And if you kill him, you stop him doing it or something. And you don't have to change any code to support that, because he is just another type of loot box opener. And the point isn't, and this is, I really have to stress this, a lot of people make the assumption of going, you know what, I don't think I'll ever need that. It's like, sure, that's a perfectly reasonable outlook, but I'm not asking people to know the answer to every question. I'm just saying that you only know one thing right now about the relationship between a party and a loot box, which is all you really care about is, are you lucky enough to get this item? That's the only question right now that actually matters. And every other piece of information is randomness and party count and totals and sums. And you may think it's simpler conceptually to say, look, I'll just write the code I need in here now. But notice what you have to do to answer that question. You have to give a loot box information about random pickers and inventory counts and players and party members and all this stuff. In my universe, my conceptually more complicated one, where I'm leaving it abstract, all I need to provide is a thumbs up. Hey, am I lucky? Yeah, sure. And I can do my first version of that code could be true, the word true. For all times in all examples, right now, my party is always lucky. And then I can continue writing my code. And later on, when I want to add the feature of randomness, I just change the true to something else. So my code is actually considerably more simple because I don't have to tell the loot box about information it doesn't actually need to know about. Like, this is what I was getting at before, is in order for you to fulfill the basic requirement you have right now, you have to tell a loot box about the entire game world and all the data in it and all the players in it, just to drill down to the 2 bits of information you actually need. Well, in my case, I look at it as, I only give the box the information it needs, and later on we'll figure out how to populate that information, because that's not the job here. And if you keep pushing those decisions out, where somebody else does it and somebody else does it and somebody else does it, you eventually end up with one place where all the decisions are made. We're used on this wallet and this party with these people with this look values and this random picker. And if any of those things change, you can now just swap them out like Lego blocks. You don't have to change it in the code. So it's about deferring that decision making. Every time you write thing.thing.thing, you are locking in a stamp of it is done this way. And while you may look at it as, I don't need that yet, I'm saying it's the opposite. I think it is a misunderstanding to say, I don't need that level of abstraction. What I'm saying is, in order to avoid adding that level of abstraction, you have to make 10 decisions that I don't have to make, which is forcing it to lock you into harder decisions later. So it may not seem like it. It may seem like my way was confusing and added a bunch of abstractions and layers and roundabouts and whatever. But the difference is, if you open any one of those classes you saw me wrote, like you read what it said, if can afford, if can fit, if has thing, like it's very hard to look at that and say that's less confusing than spawn chance less than one and party dot get random float, right? You know what I mean? Like there's obviously this is more complicated than can have, is able to fit, is lucky, right? So I understand why the gut instinct is that my way looks more confusing, but I promise you, if you get into the habit of thinking in contracts and not in this like specific implementation, you'll find yourself realizing that the code just fits in places rather than having to fit in around things, you know?
Yes. It's going to take a bit, I think, because yeah, it's a different way of looking at it, and I'm not used to that way.
In fact, actually, let me bring up the other one, actually, the shop, because I think this shows the same thing that we're talking about. I have that somewhere here too, the items with the search thing. It'll take a second for me to grab it, but I'll demonstrate it. It's the same idea I was talking about with suffixes and prefixes. I fully understand. I've literally watched you spend hours doing this. I get what you're going for, and I understand why to you suffix and prefixes are quite important. They represent what I consider first-class citizens of a system. They are intrinsically important to everything else.
Well, the reason why they're different from other things isn't simply because they're prefix and suffix and part of the name and whatnot, but rather because of how they affect the item.
Right, but here's my counter argument though. Yeah. If an item, imagine this, if an item has a prefix of, like, give me one, what, legendary or something, or some.
Sure.
Yeah. You're saying legendary is a concept, a kind of gives features or behaviors to items, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, I would say, here's my counter argument. You have a thing which is like a effector, and an effector can take in a prefix and then apply effects to it. So imagine I had a bunch of legendary items and I made a rule that said all legendary items get 20% extra damage. Now, does it actually matter that I have the 20% extra damage on the item? Or technically, does it just matter that I have the word legendary? Because if I take that word legendary off the item, put it through something else, and it spits out a buff to apply, do I actually need that information on the item? And what if I wanted to change the rule? What if I said all legendary items actually add 20% magic resistance? It's a different object that takes the same keyword. So by actually decoupling the word legendary, the prefix, from the attributes it applies, I actually have more freedom, because I can take the word, spit it through something, and come out with a bunch of effects after the fact. They don't actually need to be in the object at all. The only thing the object needs, same with an ID, right? Like for you to store an ID in a save file, do you need to store the Unity renderer and the object and all this stuff? Or do you just need the ID because you have that information? If you pass that ID through something, it spits out a 3D model in the end because you know what that object represents, you know? So you don't actually need all that information.
I think one of the things that a disconnect, I think, that for me still is the way, like with the item specifically, the way I set up the system to create the items, to create the data, to populate the data, is through this editor extension that says, you know, type in the name, create a prefix, name it, say what it does, and then there is a UID, a unique ID, so you can change the name later, and that's fine. You can change the details later, that's fine. You can change what type it is later, that's fine. You can change all that anytime you want, but it's still the prefix. But the rest of that stuff is kind of like one level above that. Like, okay, you can set it up this way. What you do after that, do whatever you want with it. Now you can say all of type equals this and code a whole nother layer on top. But does that make sense at all? I'm not sure.
Again, I understand it. I don't think that's necessary. I think once you understand the separation of the layers, you can get all of that features without actually having to like for example, if you had a tower defense game with a bunch of towers, if you think about it, the placement of those towers is really just like a grid of points and then which points happen to have a tower on it. If I gave you a 2D array and there was numbers, that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 5, that's a 3, and they all represented some tower, you could save that map, feed it through a tower builder, and it'll rebuild the map again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, they're two very different, unrelated things. Because if I completely redesign the game later to say, oh, we're actually, there's like a Halloween month and everything's going to be pumpkins, or we're making a version of the game where it's all actually going to be 2D. So you take that grid and you make a completely different on-screen version where every one of them is a pixel. All of that stuff is just representations of the data on that grid. And what I'm getting at is an item that is legendary is one type of thing. It's a thing that is legendary. And then the way your game handles legendary items is a completely unrelated concept. It can do certain things to things that are legendary. And you could theoretically change your mind about that. And you still want to maintain the relationship between things that are legendary and things that are not. But you actually don't need to include what happens when things are legendary, because that's a rule. That's one of those stamped game rules. And you can change those game rules, and it doesn't matter what objects you feed in, if that makes any sense. To kind of show what I mean here, I think this might be easier to explain. I tried to make this read like similar to your thing as an example. So for example, here we've got Forgotten Hammer of Souls that's yellow, which means it's legendary. Now, I actually don't have the concept of prefixes and suffixes really in this example. What I have is a list of properties. And prefix and suffix are just two things that happen to be concepts. And then I also had some of them I gave random things like rarity and which quest it comes from or whatever. And so the reason I think that's important is the name, like for me to use this name as a thing of importance, all I'm doing is saying, if I have a prefix, use it. If I have a suffix, use it. But like items may not have prefixes or suffixes, and they're two unrelated concepts to me. And so each one of these things is just these subsections of stuff, and I can look for all power items where any of them have the suffix or prefix power, or all mysterious items or whatever, and it doesn't really matter. Or I could say whichever one is from, like, is there any other Quest 88 items? There's only one Quest 88 item, but there's one for Quest 81 as well. Like, these are not, like, I don't need to know what that means yet. I guess this is my point. I haven't decided what being from Quest 81 means. Maybe that means it can only be worn by certain classes or something. I don't have to make that distinction now. I just have to put the information on it. And this is what I'm saying about having the editor tools and all the advanced features. Like, to me, you could have one editor thing, which is legendary status or prefix status effects. And all it does is say when a thing is a prefix and it has this word, confer this ability. And it can just be a list of stuff. And that way, you could take any collection of items, feed it through that picker, get the resulting stat effects, and apply it to the items afterwards. And you can change any part of that chain of events, and it won't impact anything else. You could decide that there's like, you go into upside down dimension, and all of your legendary weapons are suddenly the weakest ones you've got, because you just provide a different effect applier at the point where that matters, you know? Because the attribute doesn't actually matter. The fact that it has the prefix forgotten doesn't actually mean anything until you decide to imbue it with meaning. And in the main game, that means 20% extra damage. But when you're in negative land, it means minus 50 damage. Like, it doesn't matter because it's just a rule you decide later. And that rule can be completely arbitrary and changed, you know? And to really demonstrate this, like I said, I only added quest, and I also think I added weakness and strength or something. What did I call those? Yeah, strength to undead, or there's another one which is weakness to certain things. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, I think.
Yeah, so I only added those just as to prove a point that like it doesn't actually matter. Like, I don't know what strength the dragon means right now, but if I decide later it does something, I can. And just to really highlight that that can be anything I like. These are not hard coded. So yeah, this one is fine. So in the world of this example, that's items. We'll just go to one item first. This is all that an item is. It is just some attributes And then the long name is just prefix, suffix, and name. And then all I do is I check if it has an attribute. So get me the value of prefix if it's there. If not, return an empty string. That's all that really does.
Yeah.
And so you can see that's infinitely scalable, right? I can decide later in a different game to add different things. And like looking at this, is there anything about this, or specifically this, because that looks closest to the way your readout thing goes? Is there anything you think that this can't do that yours can't? Right. My point is, it has all of the same properties. If not, like you obviously have written a lot more code and have a lot more behavior than mine, but I mean intrinsically the point of a name. If I have a name called Legendary Dangerous Club of Bleeding, I could apply anything that you apply to that, but I could also just discard the concept of prefixes in my game and add gemstones if I wanted to, and it doesn't impact or change, or I don't have to rewrite a single line of code. I just have to, at the point where I create the items and I add attributes, which is here, I can just add new attributes. I can just say, oh, we're going to add gem lightning. Done. All weapons now have lightning gems. Like there's no extra cost. I don't have to write lists of prefixes or suffixes or figure out what they mean or handle it. It just, some of them may have lightning gems, and if that's the case, when the time comes to like spawn an object, and I've got maybe I have a bunch of game objects that are gems, and I decide later for each item, like what if I could do this, right? I could say gem slots 4. So these items all have, and I'll have to be a string, and I'll have to cast it, so whatever, it doesn't really matter. I could say get the gem slot count, check the mount, and if the gem slot count is greater than 4, spawn a random gem, slot it into the thing, and spawn a game object that's matching colored gem, and place it on the model, and turn on the game. You know what I mean? Like all of this stuff I can figure out later, and I don't have to rewrite the concept of an item to do it. So I'm not saying that any of this is intrinsically like good or bad or whatever. All I mean is that I am deferring decision making. I don't know the answer yet. And so my solution isn't to support everything ever or to try to solve every problem. It's just I draw a line around the idea and say, okay, items have attributes. I don't know what they mean yet, but if I put in the concept of attributes, I can figure it out later,
Yeah, I think my concept of dictionaries is very similar to that. And what I was thinking earlier before we summoned you with the magic words was that the prefixes and suffixes could essentially be another type of what I'm calling dictionary, my own dictionary.
Yeah.
And that type exposes the behavior that they currently have, which is the integration with the whole stats and skill system and all that. Yeah.
I guess one thing I would say, and this actually gets back to the list. Let me just regenerate this too, just to show the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Our gem slots and our rarity now is additional stuff there. I'm sure I could do something with that if I came up with an idea. So something else I wanted to highlight here is, this is what I was saying before. Your dictionaries are actually fine as a concept. I do the same kind of thing. In my case, though, I just keep names closer to their namesake. Like, for example, my dictionary in this case is items. Items is all of a collection of items. A collection of type of item is an items. So I can give something like a loot box items. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's exactly the same principle. It's just I like to keep the names as declarative as possible. But where I think it's important is stuff like this gets to the heart of what I was getting at before, which is anytime, like, I'm not writing items.items or dictionary.items or any of that. I'm not talking to the implementation. I'm talking to the thing itself. Like in this example, I could do this instead. I could say items dot, and then I'd have something like get all, where name is equal to search or something. But this comes down to intent again. What am I really saying? What I'm really saying is I want all the items that match that search. So whose job is it to answer that question? Well, it's the items, because rather than having to inspect the stuff inside the items, I can just ask the items a question. Hey, which of you match this search term? And I can just forget about it. And there's no complexity here because I've pushed the complexity away. It's not my problem anymore. And then the items can decide, oh, that's this thing here. But later on, this comes down to the freedom I have here. I could say, actually, I don't like how hard coded this is. This is actually some search rule. And so what I would actually probably end up doing later, this is me refactoring live, I guess. I would say I would create something like an item filter. And an item filter will take in some items that it'll return other items. And then I would say the default item filter is just going to be any attribute contains word is a type of item filter. And we'll just copy that to start. I won't do much of this because I know you didn't come here to watch me code live.
I think the viewers like watching you code live.
This is more just a philosophy thing anyway.
One of the you can keep doing it. One of the bull on is saying he's in the same place as me, and he's saying he's struggling because it's meant to keep you from future complications as opposed to solving an immediate problem. And I think this is where the experience comes into play.
I won't deny that's part of it. There is I do know what I'm doing from the perspective of having done this a lot, and so I'm not going to lie and say that it's just obvious or easy or anything. It's not. Keep in mind, people, I've been doing this 12 years or more, right? This isn't something I'm just coming up with on the spot, and it's not my ideas either. A lot of this is lots of books and lots of stuff. So that's why I'm being very particular about, you don't have to match what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get the philosophy across. It doesn't matter if you fully understand what I'm saying or how I'm applying it. What matters is that when you go to approach a problem in code, you ask yourself stuff like, whose job is this? Does this feel right like it goes here? And could I change this later if I wanted to? And so now that I've done that, I could say matches in this case is equals to any attribute contains word search, and then apply that filter. And I think I can just do that directly there. What did I take into filter? Oh, items, of course. And that'll be these items. Right. So now I've just wrapped that particular query as this thing. And again, this isn't the reason I think that's important is because I can now start to reason this through as different solutions. So right now there's one, but if I had item filter, I did this, for example. Yeah, you know what? I'll just do it this way because I want to keep this clean. So again, don't read the code specifically. The code doesn't specifically matter. What I want to highlight here, though, is I've added this concept. And this is what this does for me is right now, get items takes in a search word and returns them. But what I've given myself the freedom to do now is the loot box itself can provide filters that it wants to apply. So if I wanted to say, if I want get loot box items, so this is kind of like you're choosing items from the loot box, right? I could just say items that match, and I could create new some loot box filter, and that is now something that I could create, and I could even do this. This is getting, again, I always get a bit crazy with these examples, but it doesn't, whatever. Come on, do the autocomplete, please. Thank you. This is something, I haven't even thought of what this is yet, but I just want to highlight the relationship. Just like you have with the picker for a loot box, picking which items are available, I've now got this thing. I don't know what this thing is, but what I've got here is a place of code right here, where I have been given a collection of items, and I have access to a loot box, and I could say, using some properties of that loot box, and using the items I've been given, result in some filter. Like, as a crazy example, I could say, take the items in the box, intersect it with the items that have been provided, and then return the result. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't really matter what I want to do. What I'm saying is the job of, there is a loot box, there are items. The loot box can do something that results in a filter that chooses which of those items get chosen. Is that really the loot box's job? Is it the item job? I don't know. It's somebody's job. So there, I made a thing who does that job. It is a thing that when given items, pick some of them. And then a version of that is a loot box version, which has a loot box and is given items and returns something. And now I have a dedicated piece of code that does that exact thing. And like I said earlier, if I want to change my mind and I don't want to use this particular version anymore, it's not about rewriting code anymore. I could just remove that line and provide a different filter. Or I could remove that line and just return all the items directly. Like, I have complete and utter freedom without breaking old code. I can just make these small, minute little kind of ticked along changes. So just to reiterate, it's not about specific code. I don't like, you're not going to know all the patterns and stuff that I'm using. Like, I've just been doing it too long. I don't expect people to get that. I'm purely saying that there are certain code smells that are relatively obvious to spot. And one of them is feature envy. And feature envy is just blatantly this dot items dot enumerator dot current dot. Once you start doing this, you're like, well, why am I like reaching 5 levels deep into something? What am I really asking? I am saying, give me stuff. And if I just wrote give me stuff and then something happened, the rest of my code would be happy. And then when the time comes, I go down one level and I go, okay, what does give me stuff do? Well, if I have an A and I have a B and the A says yes and the B says no, return stuff. Okay. So I would say, oh, if A is okay and B is not, return stuff. Okay, what does A is okay means? I don't know. If player has health, that's what it means right now. You know what I mean? Like, you push the decisions away further and further, and you just keep answering smaller questions. And the end resulting code you get reads like your intent. And I know, again, it looks very complicated, but I think you'd be hard pressed to read any one of these particular classes I wrote and be really confused about what it's doing. Now, I fully get things like enumerator might be confusing, but like the intent of this file, it is called items. It has a that matches method, and it has a set method, and it has a clear method. Are any of those particularly confusing? Or if I have a loot box, it has a generate random items method, a clear method, and a get items method. And even the editor, now this is obviously a bit messier, so this isn't advice at all, because I wrote this as a quick hack. I've got stupid names like draw all the things. Like, it doesn't really matter what it's doing as long as it draws all the things. Like, it's not about writing the most complicated stuff ever. It's just as long as things read like your intent. Like, I wrote this as, I'm going to draw a toolbar, and there's going to be some stuff in the toolbar, and then draw another toolbar. Just like, I don't even know the answers to the questions. Like, I don't know all of this up front. A lot of people seem to think it's, oh, well, it's easy for you. You've been doing this so long that you just know all the answers. It's like, I don't. If I knew all the answers, I wouldn't have called a method draw all the things. It's just, that's not what a well-named method looks like. That's I don't know. It's drawing some stuff. I'll figure it out later, you know? And then as time goes by, you refactor and rename it. So I just wrote this in like this is, I like this. I'm going to keep this now, but it wasn't my intention. I didn't know that I was going to make a filtered object here until I sat here, looked at it and went, what if I wanted to change that? Oh, I couldn't. Well, how could I? What if I wrap its behavior and I put in a different behavior? You know, it's this kind of like incremental steps. The difference is just that I do it by wrapping and moving stuff rather than deleting old code and adding new features. And as a completely unrelated note, you've probably heard about the solid principles. Jason Wyman also talks about them a lot.
Yes.
And the ignoring the first one tends to get a bit confusing with single responsibility. The second one is called open closed principle. And you're seeing the open closed principle by what I'm doing, which is open in terms of adding features. It is open to change. I can change what it does, but it's closed for modification, which means do not rewrite this code. Like, don't go into in our previous example with the shop, don't go into the shop and start hacking in features about your buddy Tom or his horse. That's not what it's closed for those kinds of changes. It's open to be extended with new behavior, but it's closed for editing the lines of code. And the way you get there is by wrapping the intent away from the details. You don't say player.inventory or bobs.horse. You say dude who buys stuff, and then dude who buys stuff dot here's some things dot if you want it true, then give me stuff. Like, you talk in these really vague generalities, and then you make a version of that which is the specifics. And that way, when the time comes to change those, you just swap the specifics, you know? And so to circle it all the way to the original conversation that was confusing me, is you have a concept of a party, and a party inside of it has a concept of a game and its data. And what I was getting at is, in no world in my mind should a party have a game, right? That, like, a party doesn't have a game, a party's in a game, or it might use a game, but it doesn't own a game, right? A party shouldn't have that level of information. And when I looked at what you were using the game for, it was basically like a phone book. You were using the concept of game to say, hey, game, give me the data page. On the data page, give me the players list. Cool, okay, have players list. And so all you actually needed, the only reason you were going through this big, like, give me the game, that give me the data, that give me the, is because at the end of the day, you needed, give me some people. And so if you swap that thing around and said party.setPeople, game.data.people, suddenly the party has people, but it has no information about games or data or anything. It could be any people. And so it's the fact that you were writing game.data.party. Do something with list of things that I reckon, whatever, is party should be party.getStat. And inside of that, it should be people.aggregate_stat. And then the way it gets its people should be handed to it by somebody else saying party.setMembers people. And so by drawing those three lines, you can change the people, you can change the calculation, and you can change how it's used. And you never once write a direct line from where the data is set to where the number is calculated. But when you write thing, you are like, you're giving that answer away. So what I was kind of having issue with was that you were reaching into the depths of the world itself, all because you just needed a list of like 4 party members or whatever, when you could have simplified all of that code by just giving the party 4 party members, you know?
I do know, but it's still not completely clicking, but that's okay. It might just take some time. Yeah.
So all I'd say is, every time you're writing game.data, what you're really saying is, I as a thing don't have enough information to do my job, and somebody needs to give me more information. And your current solution is do it by giving them all of the data ever and letting them pick the bits they care about. And instead, if you don't use game.data, but you look at it and go, well, why do I even need game.data? Like in this case, like here's the funny bit. You're saying game.data.statstotal stats.game.data.player. You're getting the data objects information twice, when the only bit you actually need from all of that is, if you have a stat name and you give it to somebody, you should get back a number out of the result. You know what I mean? Like the relationship between you and something else is really, here's a stat name, give me back a total number. But in order just to get that one piece of information, you have to like know where all of this stuff is and go down this rabbit hole of getting a total and getting averages and getting stuff and whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But imagine you had something called a stat provider, and a stat provider takes in a stat name and gives you back an average. How does a stat provider do his job? I don't know. Maybe he uses game or data or players.
That's the thing. When I hear that, I think, okay, that's great, but then this code would live there.
Yeah. So
isn't it just keep, like, at what point
it is? No, you're right. No, 100% right. Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. Like, you're so close. This is great. You are right. You are pushing it away, so it's someone else's problem, but it's not gone. But here's the difference. When you go to change this now, this will break this line of code inside the party. If you had pushed it out to something else and you change it, it wouldn't break anyone who's doing this calculation anywhere because they're all using the same object. So it looks like the same thing, but it's not. For example, in our shop, we had a player being passed in our very first version. Mm-hmm. If you decided players don't buy stuff anymore, the NPCs do, then you have to change the code to do it. But just by pushing that problem out to a thing called a buyer, it's the same place, the same code has to exist somewhere. You're right. We haven't gotten rid of it. We've just like pushed it away. The difference is we can change those things and it doesn't change the person who originally wrote it, right? Mm-hmm. It's the difference between saying, I have a kettle, it needs power, I've wired my kettle to the wall, and it's like, well, what if you add a plug on the end of it? Well, what's that going to do? At the end of the day, the kettle still needs power. It's still plugged into the wall. What does adding a plug do for us? Well, it means you can unplug the kettle and plug something else in. It's the same thing with the same data, with the same power, going on the same cable to the same objects. But what it's done for you is you now, the wall doesn't know about the kettle and the kettle doesn't know about the wall. You can plug that into a power surge protector, or you could plug in a different kettle, and all of these freedom suddenly opens up to you because the relationship between the two objects is now contract-based and not literal. So it feels exact, and I fully respect this because I was so confused about this myself. It looks the same, it feels the same, it sounds arbitrary, but if you think about that wall example, think of how different it would be if every electronic device in your house was plugged into the wall versus plugged in versus a power brick. And if you could play the same linguistical games with that, going, it's exactly the same. What is the difference really? But you know the difference because you can move things around and nothing breaks when you do. Your TV doesn't break if you move it from one office room to another. But if it was plugged into the wall, something would have to break there. You would have to break the wall and rewire it, or you'd have to break the TV and rewire it. Just to move it, to make a small change, requires you to break one part of that relationship. But if you move it out, if you put a contract in the middle, it does the same thing, but suddenly nothing has to break to move it. And right now, to change this thing requires you to break one part of this. You either have to break the relationship that data has with the rest of the world, or you have to break the code of this party class and cause it to possibly break other things. But if it was using something called a stat calculator, the stat calculator could break internally, but nobody who ever needs to calculate stats will break because they're all using a stat calculator. And he's the one who might break, but nobody else who uses a stat calculator will break. So you've minimized the amount of damage that can happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll have to sleep on it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because I have thrown a lot at you. I'm well aware that's a lot of stuff. And again, I can't stress this is like we're talking years here. We are not talking like weeks or months. This is years of programming. Don't look at this stuff and go, "Oh God, I'll never understand this." It's like I remember it took me 3 years of programming to get what interfaces were for. You know, and I'm not gonna lie, I was top of my class. Like I was like really good at programming, and it took me 3 years to get my head around interfaces.
Honestly, the just this itself, just game, I'm proud of this because compared to what I would have done just a year and a half ago, this is miles ahead, miles easier, miles better, and it makes sense to me, which is nice. But you know, I'm obviously redoing this because, you know, the last version had this RPGF thing, and I thought to myself, oh, I should make one class that has all the different functions I need, and it was really big, and it was not the right way of doing it. But I'm redoing the whole thing because I've learned stuff, essentially. So hopefully I don't have to go back from scratch and burn it all to the ground as the bull suggested.
No. I certainly am not recommending that.
Yeah. But you know, a few steps forward, a few steps back is the way of the world, I think. So
yeah, and if there's like one actionable takeaway from all of this, it would simply be to say, if you ever find yourself saying, "Oh, I need to do this, but this lives on the game," ask yourself, wait, why do I need the game? What would be the reason for me to reach down that rabbit hole? Is it, well, I need a number. I need to know whether something's lucky or not. And then if you can boil all of that down to luckiness checker dot give me luckiness, and then put the code in there, it may seem arbitrary at first, but you'll suddenly start to see after a while that as you start to change your mind, there starts to be places for things. Things start to go, I want to change how luckiness is calculated. Well, I just changed the luckiness. You know what I mean? Like there starts to be a known place for things. So even just reasoning, you don't have to change any code or do anything. Just next time you find yourself writing something, that, especially lists are a big one. If you ever find yourself saying for each thing in things.thing, could I just ask the thing directly? Could I say if shop dot can, like one thing I do a lot with prices, I'd say shop dot get things I can afford and pass in a number. So you could say for each item in shop where price is whatever, but if items are a first class concept in your game, what if products, or like I would make a class called products, and products would have items in it, and rather than saying products dot items, I would just say products dot which I can afford and pass in a number. And it's so similar. I fully get that it's like, well, why? It's exactly the same thing. It says it is, but you could change what that means later, and you've clearly said your intent. Products dot I can afford is very different than products dot items dot where thing dot thing dot thing, because you're making so many decisions. When products that I can afford, all it's doing is saying what you actually want to ask, the real question, which is, can I afford this? So if you ever find yourself in that's the one real takeaway. If you ever start to ask yourself thing dot thing dot thing, like just stop. Oh, what am I really saying? Is thing able to do thing? Like that's a great example. Is able, like, you know, that kind of thing. You know.
I do feel like I'm halfway there in regards to just having this party is, in my mind, that concept, but just maybe not taking it to its full potential. Because honestly, in the past, I would have put this bit of code somewhere not in its own class. I would have put it here or something else, and I would have duplicated it multiple times as well. Yeah. But
and yeah, I do really want to make it clear too. Like there is technically nothing wrong with doing it the way you're doing it, and your code is fine. Like there's a lot of stuff here that even in the last just watching a few streams, as you said, blatantly stuff's getting better. Like every so often I'll watch a script and I'll go, I watch you do a thing and I'm going, you would have done that like 3 weeks ago. I can just little things that I can see. It's great. So, you know, major props for that stuff. And it's not about, it's not about copying to the point where I'm at. It's just, I know myself when I learn this stuff, it's very hard to know what the next direction to go in is. And you can follow along with what you're doing, which is like, I'll throw some buzzwords into the middle of a Sunday stream to be like, ooh, I can use that. And you'll start incorporating bits and starting getting better over time. And that helps you improve what you're doing over time, and you'll eventually get better at using it. But the problem with that is that oftentimes it's less like, you're not choosing to use it because you've reasoned out that it's a better solution. You're choosing to use it because, well, someone I trust makes good decisions told me to do it this way, right? And I find that a lot of this stuff I can see when you're getting your hang of it. Some of this stuff you're seeing as better cases and you're using it for those reasons. But as a teacher in general, I see a lot of people will just take an idea and trust the source and run with it. And I think the problem with doing that is when a situation comes up that doesn't map on one-to-one to what I said in a previous conversation, you're like, oh, I don't know how to tackle this problem. Because of course not, because how, like, totally fair. Like, if you've never seen it before, how would you know how to tackle it? So I'm trying to get people further and further away from seeing it from a code perspective and start to see it as a problem-solving design philosophy. So that's why I'm really like, I don't care about the code. I wasn't trying to teach it words or keywords or lines of code. I'm purely saying, if you can start to think about your code in a way that makes you reason about the difference between your actual intent. If someone was sitting beside you who doesn't code and they said, what are you doing? And you said, oh, I'm writing a thing that says a loot box will pick some random items. And they said to you, okay, where does it say that? And you look at your code and you're going, if, spawn, random, float, chance, get, where. So they're like, oh, I can't explain it to you. It's too complicated. It's like, well, that's not a good, like, you should be able to point to the screen for this person doesn't code and say, see that line where it says, get me random thing from loot box? That's where I get the random thing from loot box. They're like, what does that do? And you open it and they go, oh, well, check if loot box has items, if dice, like you saw in my code earlier, I had a random picker. I called something coin flip and I wrote, if coin flip, do this. else do this. I don't need to call it coin flip. What I'm actually doing is random.value greater than 0.5f. There's a 50% chance it'll pick a number between 0 and 1, and half the time it'll be. But like, that's not what my intent is. My intent is flip a coin. If it's this, do this. If it's this, do that. And so just by changing a little word like that, my intent is now written in the code. Not just the lines, but the intent. Mm-hmm. Pick thing from list. And same with my random list stuff. How do I get a random item from a list? Well, items, index, random.range, 0, comma, item, list length, count. I called that pick random. So I could say list.pickRandom. Now, again, same thing, exactly the same thing, but my intent is what matters. And so if I can get that across to more people, forget about the lines of code. And that's why I said you're tainted by your own knowledge. You know too much about code that you start to think in code. You start to think in words like float, when what you should really be thinking is in terms of, what am I doing? Pick a thing, open door, sell to shop, if has horse, if horse can carry thing, can drink water, is water poisonous? Like, it should be reading like your intent, and all of the code nonsense should be buried as far deep down into messy, hidden methods as possible. And the more you keep pushing that stuff away, the nicer and easier to read your code will be.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to be calling this stream a stream because it's midnight here. It's 8 a.m. for you.
I also need to pee. I've been sitting here like dying to pee for the last 2 hours, so I should probably go anyway.
All right, Jason. I'll talk to you in like 8 hours. Or 9 hours.
Yeah, I should probably go to sleep. Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
Right. Have a good one. Good
thanks. All right. Well, that was interesting. My big takeaway, so I told Jason, it's going to take a bit to really understand that. Obviously, I have a for loop here, which I'm guessing I could probably make smaller still, or push some of it away. I do that more often now than I used to, for sure. And then there's some of the things. Oh, I forgot to. If you're still listening, Jason, I will say that yesterday I did a bunch of stuff you told me, and then today I undid a bunch of it because it wasn't going to work for my purposes. But I still kept a lot of the core concepts. I just moved things around so that they would work for my purposes. But yeah, so I will probably keep party for now. I might change party and see if I can make party more abstract, where party could be game.data.players, which is all the players, the main players, the party of the players, but could be also the group of bad guys, because they're all players too, even though they're not controlled by the human player, but by the user. And that, essentially is saying party is a group of people, and this is the various things you can get from that group of people. Now, party could be party of one, so there's no reason I couldn't just say party equals player one and get the average of player one, which is just player ones. So one of the things I also always are not sure about is how much resources various code bits take, and whether if I do, if I say party equals one player and get the average, is that tremendously more intensive than saying just get this player's one stat, and then making the decision earlier if it's a single player, then just get this player one stat, otherwise make a party, then get the average. Which one of those three options or two options is essentially more resource intensive? That's just something I just don't know. It's one of those things that, again, unless you go to school or you read the books, I think you just have to learn from trial and error a little bit, saying, oh, I did this code, it slowed down the game, I changed the code, I used the profiler and it showed a big difference. So yeah, so I'll do more stream tomorrow. Yep. Just gotta say, I still have this up. Well, not this, actually, but this from Jason Wyman back in the past. Just about Link, because I realize there's a lot of this that I don't know yet. So I'll have to dig into this more. So there you go. Thanks for joining, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For all you new folks, please subscribe. The zombie will show up on the screen if you subscribe, and that's always fun. I apologize for that. I need to figure out the orange color from the screen is coming from my nighttime shift thing that happens on the computer, and I need to figure out how to turn it off for Rider. Currently, it's turned off for Unity. As you can see, it's now shifting back to blue, but it's not turned off for this. But go to infinitypbr.com. If you ever need to buy anything from the asset store, click this button. That's my affiliate link. You can, of course, check out our content and buy it all, or just buy the stuff. Oh, look, modules is higher up. Good. Thank you for somebody who ever bought it, because that means somebody probably bought it today, because the other day this was buried and now it's up. So somebody probably bought it today. It doesn't take much, because we don't actually sell that much stuff. But come to the asset store. Go to infinitypbr.com and join the Discord. Check out the YouTube that you're on right now. Like and subscribe. Share it with your friends. Time and space complexity. Space-time is complex. Or super simple. And yep. All right. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you in 9 hours for the Game Dev Show.